In this place, there once stood a city, the most famous city in the world, a city whose tragic fate has inspired poets and artists for 3,000 years, a city whose memory will far outlive the last trace of its physical existence, a city called Troy. But what happened here? What lies beneath the legend of the Trojan War? The story as we know it is told by the poet Homer, who may have lived around 700 BC, 500 years after the war is supposed to have taken place. It has been retold over the centuries. It is a tale of love and war. Long ago, a prince of Troy, Paris, eloped with a Greek queen, Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. He took her back to Troy, a city by the Dardanelles in what is now Turkey, where his father Priam was king. The Greeks followed with 1,000 ships to take revenge. Their leader was Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, rich in gold. For 10 years they fought in the plain before the city. The heroes of both sides were killed, the Greek Achilles, the gallant Trojan Hector. The city was finally entered by the famous trick of the wooden horse, inside which the Greeks hid armed men. Troy was burned, its people slaughtered, sharing the fate of all victims of war. Berlin, February 1945. Here took place what is so far the last act in the destruction of Troy. And here, 40 years on, my search started. Berlin had been famous for the arts of civilization. Its museum buildings, now scarred or gutted by the fires of war, had been the greatest center of classical scholarship in the 19th century. Here, the rediscovery of Homer and the beginnings of archaeology had gone hand in hand. That November day, I went to the Charlottenburg Museum in West Berlin, drawn as so many are by the lure of the man who, it is commonly said, discovered Troy. Heinrich Schliemann, father of archaeology, genius, romantic, liar. No one is sure how to take him nowadays. In 1886, 4 years before he died, Schliemann gave his Trojan finds, including a priceless gold treasure, to the Berlin Museum. Here it was displayed until the Second World War.
That's very difficult to say, you see.
And that afternoon, Dr. Klaus Goldman showed me the remnants from Troy, which survived 1945.
In that row on the line.
After the rain of bombs, German archaeologists had to excavate these things a second time from the debris of their own museum. The gold alone escaped, but has never been seen since. Only replicas remain. So these are copies of the actual gold pieces that Schliemann found at Troy in the 70s?
Absolutely, yes. Copies of the gold objects who are missed from World War II on.
And the originals are?
Nobody knows.
To fight to save these fragments when our own civilization is in ruins around us is to make a statement of faith in the achievements of humankind, however small. We preserve even a single piece of pot for what it may tell future generations. Carefully painted by a Bronze Age Greek before it was traded to Troy. Perhaps then the Greeks and Trojans had even been friends.
Most people who fight wars can be the best friends several years later.
or before.
Or before, yes, right.
And the fire marks on them, you don't know whether it's the Second World War or the Trojan War.
Maybe the Second World War.
These all too human artifacts, with their burn marks separated by 3,000 or 4,000 years, were found in the ruins of a real place, which we now call Troy. And what of the man who found them, now commonly branded as a crook, Schliemann himself?
He was one of the greatest archaeologists, because nobody did believe that Troy has been a real place in history. Yeah. And Schliemann did believe it, excavated the place that was Troy in historic times too. And so he, I think, opened a new chapter in history, in archaeology. He was a very great man.
That day in Berlin, it seemed, the Troy story was part of the cruel and remorseless march of history, not a fairy tale, but a real story with real people. It was almost as if ghosts were waiting to be summoned. And Schliemann would only be the first. In this series, there are many chapters, which will lead from Berlin to Troy and Mycenae, across Europe from Ireland to Armenia, and eventually back to Berlin. A search in which major discoveries have been made in the last few months. Each generation of archaeologists has made a different version of the tale of Troy. But is the tale true? To even attempt to find answers, the first step had to be Schliemann. He defined the search, fired the generations who came after him with his romantic faith in the truth of Homer's Iliad. His obsession with Troy started, he claimed, with this picture in a book given by his father at Christmas 1830 when he was 8. Its childlike vision of the Trojan tragedy, he said, made finding the city the goal of his life. All he did later was to that end. A business career which took him from the California gold rush to the Crimean War and made him $1 million by the time he was 30. Even his love life became a step towards that ultimate goal of proving Homer true in his second marriage to the 16-year-old Sophie, a Greek girl who knew her Homer and who would accompany him on his quest. Schliemann has sold us all his fairy tale. The people who knew him are completely divided over his character. Some of them thought him the cheeriest of beings, kindly, always ready for new facts. Others said he was dogmatic, devious, and even a liar, and a cheat. He himself, retrospectively, liked to think of himself as a solitary, driven, romantic figure with Troy as his ultimate goal. And yet, in all the 60,000 letters and papers that survive of his, there is no mention of the Trojan obsession until he reaches the age of 46. And then he seems to have wanted to get out of business and into some sort of scientific field. What he didn't know, and in fact he thought it was probably too late, but he enrolled as a mature student in Paris. And he enrolled in a subject, a new science in which an amateur could possibly make a mark. A new science engendered by a dramatic change in people's attitude to the past, archaeology. At that moment, 1859, the publication of Charles Darwin's Origin of Species signaled a scientific revolution, not only in geology and natural history, but also in human history. The Bible could no longer contain the answers to man's past. A vast and mysterious prehistory lay waiting to be uncovered by the spade. But where did the new science stand when Schliemann began? To find out, I went to Cambridge to ask the professor of archaeology there, Colin Renfrew.
When Schliemann began his work in Greece, it only was 10 or 15 years since the antiquity of man had been established, and one usually thinks that happening in about 1859. And up to that time, really, the biblical view was followed that the world was created in 7 days, and some scholars had calculated that to be in the year 4004 BC. So there wasn't really a prehistory you could speak of. And the word prehistory wasn't invented till about 1865. So it's all the time that Schliemann was young, the time that Schliemann was on the brink of starting his work, the following decade, in fact, in Greece. Of course, he was criticized by some of the professional scholars who didn't approve of this amateur coming into the field, but I'm sure in many ways he was as good as they were, and he was certainly opening up this entirely new field, so he stands as a towering figure, whereas most of them are forgotten.
But where would Schliemann look for his Troy? In fact, he owed the idea which brought him world fame to a now forgotten figure who literally told him where to dig. An elusive Englishman whose shadowy face peers from indistinct photographs. Frank Calvert, United States consul in northwestern Turkey, knew the region's history better than anyone. It was Calvert who persuaded Schliemann to try to prove the existence of Homer's Troy by excavation. Early in 1870, this middle-aged retired businessman arrived in Istanbul, then the capital of Turkey. After a lifetime playing the markets of the world, Schliemann was about to engage in the riskiest speculation of his life. From Istanbul, he sailed through the Sea of Marmara to the Dardanelles. There, in the northeastern corner of the Aegean Sea, was believed to be the site of Homer's Troy. That April, he entered Homer's swift-flowing Hellespont, and from now on, Homer would be his guidebook. Following in his footsteps, it was easy to feel his excitement. Now, he wrote, I hope finally to resolve the great riddle as to where Troy was. The age of archaeology was about to begin. Çanakkale in Asia. Since medieval times, Western travelers had come through here looking for Troy. French, Venetian, English, all had walked these streets, Homer in hand, under the gaze of amused locals, buying provisions, hiring transport and guides. before heading south in search of Troy. The exact site of the lost city had long been the subject of furious controversy. Its general location, though, had never been in any doubt, somewhere above the flat green plain at the mouth of the Dardanelles. In the ancient world, it was believed that Homer's Troy lay under a little Roman town called New Ilium, which stood at the end of a long ridge, pointing down the plain towards the sea. In modern times, this idea had fallen out of favor, but here at a hill called Hissarlik, Frank Calvert had dug and found deep remains below the Roman foundations. This was where he persuaded Schliemann to look for Troy, and in 1870, this was where Schliemann came. In this place, the ancients believed, Troy had stood. Here, one said, no stone is without a name. I confess, wrote Schliemann, that I could hardly control my emotions when I saw it. Its image had haunted my childhood dreams. But did Helen stand on these walls and watch the heroes die for her? Did Achilles drag dead Hector here in the dust? The wooden horse bring down on the city a whirlwind of doom. I was convinced this was the place, wrote Schliemann. Iliad in hand, I sat and imagined the armies marching to and fro in the plain, the fleet, the camp, the fortress of Troy on Hissarlik. For 2 hours, the events of the Iliad passed before my eyes, until hunger and darkness forced me to leave. But did Troy ever exist in reality? And did it stand here? Schliemann first put spade into Hissarlik in April 1870. The hill was about 700 feet square, 130 feet above the plain. Calvert had told him that the hill was largely composed of debris, in layer upon layer up to 50 feet deep. So, assuming Homer's Troy must be deep down near the bedrock, Schliemann decided on a simple but brutal method of finding it. From the beginning, Frank Calvert counseled Schliemann to go carefully and dig a network of small trenches. But convinced that Homer's Troy must lie deep inside the hill, Schliemann attacked it with sometimes over 100 workmen, armed with the best English pickaxes, wheelbarrows, windlasses, chains, and battering rams, to drive a terrific hole into Hissarlik. And this is Schliemann's great trench today. Like a bomb site, you can still walk up it right into the heart of the mound without encountering any architectural detail at all. Architectural detail there was, though. He describes a prehistoric building that he found 20 feet deep with 10 feet high walls made of squared blocks of limestone, beautifully smoothed, all of which he destroyed. But searching for a Troy that looked like Homer's Troy, Schliemann pressed on deeper into Hissarlik. In the course of 3 seasons, Schliemann succeeded in identifying 4 main cities superimposed one upon the other below the Roman. But Homer's city did not appear to be among them. What pottery he found was weird and primitive. Strange 2-handled cups were the nearest he could see to anything Homer mentioned. But these were gritty clay, not silver or gold. The deeper he dug, the more his worst fears grew. Perhaps Troy is not here after all, he confided to his diary. Then, deep in the mound, 30 feet below the Roman city, he came across the ruins of a prehistoric citadel. It had a paved ramp leading up to a gate set in a massive fortification wall. Perhaps he thought this was Homer's Scaean gate, through which Hector had spurred his chariot down from Priam's palace. The place was tiny, only 100 yards across, but it lay covered in a mass of charred debris. It had been destroyed by war. If the city had existed, then this must be it. Schliemann announced to the world that he had found Homer's Troy. Troy is not large, he said, but Homer is an epic poet, not a historian. He had never seen it. But Hissarlik is the site of the citadel of Priam. I have opened up a new world for archaeology. Publicly applauded, Schliemann was privately unhappy. After long searching, he wrote, "I admit I have not succeeded in making the vast deposits of debris agree with historical chronology. And now, with hindsight, we can see why. With the aid of computer technology, let's put ourselves in Schliemann's shoes. There was a logic to the way he had tackled the hill." He'd read the classical sources very carefully indeed. The tradition, as we've seen, was that the Roman city of Ilium, the Greek city of Ilion, over whose location there'd never been any doubt, stood on the site of Homer's Troy. So Schliemann could expect near the top of the mound to find the ruins of a Roman city. And that's exactly what he had. There's, in yellow, is the great city wall of Ilium and the temple precinct visited by, among others, Julius Caesar and Constantine. Below that, he thought there would be a Greek city, the one visited by Alexander the Great and the Persian Emperor Xerxes. And again, he had it. He demolished its northern circuit as he went through. Below that, he expected to find what he called a Lydian city from Homer's own lifetime. In fact, there were 2 main phases to this, and Schliemann had very little idea of what this was really about. And he demolished its northern circuit. But if the logic of the sequences in the ancient sources was right, then below these ought to be Homer's Troy. And sure enough, he came upon the greatest of the prehistoric settlements, Troy too. Tiny as it was, that was the one, as we've seen, that he thought was Homer's. So it would be wrong to think that he was engaging in pure fantasy. He had worked it out as far as his evidence permitted, and that is without pottery to make the dating secure. But when you consider what we now know about this site, its incredible maze of ruins, over 50 layers, making up 9 major settlements going back over 5,000 years of human habitation. It helps us to understand why poor old Schliemann found such difficulty in untangling the mysteries of Hissarlik. By 1873, Schliemann had removed thousands of tons of debris from the hill of Hissarlik and was deeply disappointed by his unimpressive finds. So were the critics, who cruelly remarked that Priam's palace would be more believable as Priam's pigsty. In the cold light of day, it did not fit Homer's story. Schliemann was also worried about his health in this pestilential plain, as he called it, where he suffered recurrent bouts of malaria and depression, with premonitions of death. The difficulties of making excavations in this wilderness are immense, he wrote, and increase day by day. My dear wife, though, is present from morning till night. He decided to call the whole thing off in mid-June 1873. And then, on May the 31st, came a twist of fate which Schliemann almost seemed to conjure out of nothing. It was, or so it appeared to Schliemann's suggestible mind, a gift from the gods. Schliemann claimed that he and Sophie had found a stone-lined chamber in the debris of the burned city. There, in a copper cauldron, were gold, silver, and bronze vessels, bronze lance heads, several thousand gold finger rings and earrings, bracelets and necklaces, and 2 splendid diadems, one of which comprised 16,000 pieces of gold. It was with this last that he later bedecked his wife, Sophie. Could they not be the jewels of Helen herself? For the romantic Schliemann, past and present had momentarily merged. The past, Homer's past, had come to life. Were the jewels really Helen's? Had they framed the face that launched 1,000 ships? And were the ashes heaped up around them really the debris of the Trojan War? No. They were not only too early, they were 1,000 years too early. Schliemann had been digging far too deep, and intelligent observers told him so at the time. Frank Calvert, for instance, brilliantly observed to him that he had a gap in his finds covering the very period he was looking for, the traditional period of the Trojan War. Schliemann, of course, reacted to such critics by calling them libelers and liars, but underneath, he was perplexed. And the following year, when he published his finds, he included with them an enormous atlas of photographs, plans, and maps. This is the copy that came to the John Rylands Library here in Manchester. And in it, he asks that my colleagues may perhaps explain to me all the things that I found obscure, because everything there appeared to me strange and mysterious. But there is another question we should ask of Priam's treasure. Was it even genuine? For it is now widely believed that Schliemann somehow faked the find. Unfortunately, the treasure itself is no longer available as evidence. Early in 1945, as Berlin burned, it vanished. It has never been seen since, though it is rumored to still survive in a private collection in the West. But was it genuine? And was it found at Troy? Schliemann's own accounts contradict each other, and it's now known that Sophie was not present as he alleged. But in Cambridge University, Donald Easton, who has been examining Schliemann's dig notebooks, believes he has solved the mystery of Schliemann's discovery of Priam's gold.
I think he was a bit of a fantasy merchant in some ways. That comes out in some other aspects of his life, in his records of his travels, for instance, and that's been quite well documented. I think you've got to expect always to find some discrepancies and inconsistencies in the notebook of any archaeologist, and so you shouldn't lean too heavily on such things. Now, as regards Priam's treasure, despite all the hoo-ha that there's been recently, I think it's almost certain that it was found as a single hoard, although it's perfectly true that Sophie wasn't there at the time, and it wasn't an abandoned treasure chest. It seems now that it was dug down into the deposits of Troy II from a later period as a tomb. So these were grave goods that somebody deposited in perhaps Troy III or perhaps Troy IV.
So you defend him against his detractors, then?
On this particular point, yes. It's clear that he simply didn't have the time to look at the treasure in any great detail. And therefore, if there are a few discrepancies or things omitted or wrongly described in that very brief and rather garbled account, it's not at all surprising, I think. But on the other hand, some of his interpretations on the grand scale were absolutely right, because, for instance, what he identified as prehistoric material, and which nobody else had come across before, is prehistoric material. He was perfectly right. What he identified as Mycenaean material is Mycenaean material. So on these very broad questions of interpretation, he could be dead right, and he stuck to his guns in the teeth of opposition. And of course, he did have the one great scoop, which was that he actually found a late Bronze Age citadel in the right place, that is to say, underneath classical Ilium. And the reason he found that was that he had the guts, and he had the drive, and he had the money to get out there and dig.
After the sensation of the jewels of Helen, where would Schliemann dig now? With Homer as his guide, the answer was obvious. If all Homer was true, then Agamemnon and the Greek heroes who had sacked Troy must also be real people. Across the Aegean in Greece lay the fortress where legend said Agamemnon was buried, golden Mycenae. And to Mycenae, Schliemann turned next. Unlike Troy, the site of Mycenae had never been forgotten. Its ruins still stood above ground and had been described by many earlier visitors. Here was a mysterious gate, still adorned with headless stone lions. Perhaps it was thought the badge of Agamemnon's family. Nearby were gigantic tombs, their superb vaulted roofs, the most tremendous monuments of the European Bronze Age. Since the ancient travel writer Pausanias, these extraordinary remains had intrigued all the searchers who had come to Mycenae, looking for truth behind Homer's tale. I arrived here on the 7th of August, 1876, wrote Schliemann, by the same road as Pausanias describes. The situation of Mycenae, he adds with typical enthusiasm, is beautifully described by Homer, deep in the depths of horse-feeding Argos. Like the many travelers who had visited Greece since its independence, Schliemann approached Mycenae as a pilgrim, in a mood of veneration. On the night before he first set eyes on it, he slept on a wooden bench in a wretched inn pestered by mosquitoes, but oblivious to the discomfort as he contemplated the gigantic figures of the Greek heroes in this memorable place. Heroes who, murdering and murdered, were sacrificed to their inexorable fate. Now Schliemann would surpass his fellow romantics. At Mycenae, he would literally bring the Age of Heroes back to life. Schliemann's theory was simple. The travel writer Pausanias said that Agamemnon and his murdered companions were buried within the walls. It was always assumed that he meant the outer walls of the lower city, but Schliemann thought they'd been buried inside the citadel itself. The scholars, as usual, laughed, but in the autumn of 1876, he started a great trench just inside the Lion Gate, across a terraced area which looked as if it had been levelled long ago. Immediately, he came across a circle of standing stones. Inside it were what looked like the remains of tombstones, carved with chariots and fighting men. He dug deeper and found the tops of 5 shafts sunk into the bedrock. At the bottom were some of the greatest finds ever made in archaeology. In those shafts were the remains of bronze-clad royalty from the heroic age, men, women, and children. They were literally covered in gold. Here too were the first signs seen by modern man of a heroic world which might be reflected in Homer's Iliad. Studded swords like the one Hector gave to Ajax. A dagger blade inlaid with a scene showing tower shields like those described by Homer. There were wonderfully worked gold ornaments covering the head and chest. Extraordinary finger rings, exquisitely engraved. For Schliemann, there was no doubt that he had discovered here in the shaft graves the world of Homer, the world of the Iliad. Everything fitted. Pausanias had said there were 5 graves, and Schliemann had found 5 graves. The legend had even required Cassandra's 2 babies to be buried with her, and Schliemann had found 2 infants, leafed in gold. But here in the 5th grave, as with the jewels of Helen at Troy, Schliemann found what he had above all wished to find. There were 3 male bodies down there, with gilt war gear, gold adornments on their breasts, and gold masks. When the mask was lifted off the first one, the skull crumbled into dust. The same happened with the second one. But with the third one, when the mask was lifted, as Schliemann himself tells the story, the round face, with all its flesh, was wonderfully preserved underneath the ponderous golden mask. There was no trace of hair, but the eyes were perfectly visible, and the mouth was wide open owing to the great weight pressed upon it, revealing 32 beautiful teeth, which led the physicians who came to examine the body to believe that the man had died at the early age of 35. Schliemann, so the story has it, picked up the mask and kissed it. And that evening he sent the king of Greece a telegram. I have gazed upon the face of Agamemnon. Professor George Milonas, the modern excavator of Mycenae, shares his predecessor's faith in the Homeric tradition.
There's no doubt that the finds do exist, that the things were there, that he found those graves, and everything else he does, I mean, all comes out of his faith, his unique faith in the historicity of Homer and of the ancient authorities.
Do you actually believe that the Trojan War took place?
There's no doubt about it in my mind. I lived in these hills there, and I've been looking at those stones for almost a quarter of a century. They say that it might be a sort of a myth, that all the long years of siege is something impossible. Well, I want you to look at those walls from a point outside and think of these stone walls averaging a thickness of 14 feet. And imagine an army that's not equipped with guns, but people equipped only with swords made of bronze or bows and arrows. How could they hope to carry a place like that? The only way they could take this place was by a long siege that will deprive water and supplies of those people. And that's exactly what happened in Troy. Troy was a fortified citadel, not perhaps a strong wall, but still walls. You could only capture it by a siege.
So do you believe that a king called Agamemnon took a force from here and went there?
Absolutely. Agamemnon is my long-lost relative. I believe sometimes I come by myself during the night and converse with him. As a matter of fact, it's a marvelous feeling to have this feeling again of certainty that those things that you are around them had life once upon a time.
Was the man behind the mask really Agamemnon? Again, alas. No. We can't even be sure that he was Greek. But the graves didn't date from the same time. They'd been added to over the best part of a century. And there weren't even 5. A 6th turned up almost as soon as Schliemann stopped digging. And the date was obvious to those experts who were studying the styles of pottery. It was 200 or 300 years before the traditional date of the Trojan War, let's say about 1500 BC. But for Schliemann, the most disturbing fact was that in all these wonderful finds, there was nothing to connect with Troy. And that was what drove him back to Troy in 1878, in 1879, in 81 and 82, still full of doubts, trekking round the Troad, even looking for a possible other site for Troy. But to no avail. And in fact, his next triumph turned out to be back on the mainland. And it was in the company of a man who really revolutionized Schliemann's ideas about archaeology. A man who gave him what he'd lacked before, an architect's eye. His name was Wilhelm Dörpfeld.
Dörpfeld will turn out to be a key figure in our search. A 30-year-old architect, he complemented Schliemann's brilliant eye for objects with an uncanny ability to untangle building structures. In 1884, the two of them set out for a site famous in Homer's tale of Troy, Tiryns of the Great Walls, the Fortress of Hercules. Tiryns rises like a ship from the plain of Argos, 9 miles south of Mycenae and a mile from the sea. From here, says the Iliad, King Diomedes led 80 black ships to Troy. At Tiryns, Schliemann at last touched on the palace civilization which had existed in around 1300 BC. The date he and Dörpfeld established from numerous finds of what was now known to be Bronze Age Mycenaean pottery. They were found in the ruins of a prehistoric palace on the top of Tiryns. There too were fragments of wall paintings from the heroic age. For the first time, the modern world looked on the faces of men and women who had lived at the time of the Trojan War.
The age of the heroes had come alive. With his digs at Mycenae and then Tiryns, Schliemann had proved that however distantly, the world of Homer reflected a world that had actually existed, and that the places Homer says were important were indeed, no matter how insignificant they'd been in later times. And Schliemann followed up this hunch, still using Homer as his guidebook. He looked in vain for the palace of old King Nestor at Pylos, for the palace of Helen herself at Sparta. Most of all, he hoped to find clues to the origin of his Mycenaean civilization. And there he looked to Crete and to a site already exposed at Knossos, where he hoped even writing might be found. But to his great disappointment, he was unable to buy the site. But in all this, the central riddle of his career remained. Where was the Trojan War? The more he found on the mainland, the less his tiny little Troy too, seemed to fit. There was no resemblance of material culture, and in particular, no trace of the pottery that he now knew to be Mycenaean. And so, the quest that had been engendered in the mind of the 7 or 8-year-old child, as he says it, still confronted the 67-year-old man.
In March 1890, Schliemann headed back to Hisarlik for the 12th time in 20 years, the riddle still gnawing at him. As he went over his excavation notes, something didn't fit. And now he took a different tack. He chose to dig outside the area he had ransacked, outside what he had said for so long was Homer's Troy. Why? Had he perhaps racked his brains back to those early destructive days when he had demolished fine limestone walls along the north of Hisarlik? Whatever the reason, to the end, the old man remained a searcher. I wish I could prove Homer to have been an eyewitness of the Trojan War, he wrote. But I cannot. But had Troy been merely this small fortified place, a few hundred men would have sufficed to take it, and Homer's story would be exposed as a total fiction. Was that the truth of his long and costly obsession? Had the city only ever existed in the poet's imagination?
It was then that Schliemann made perhaps the most important discovery that he ever made here at Troy. It wasn't gold or treasure or anything dramatic, but it gave him the connection that he'd been searching for so long. The connection between the world he'd uncovered here at Troy and the world he'd discovered in Greece at Mycenae. And he found it, not within the city, but 25 yards outside the walls of what he thought was Homer's Troy. Here, Schliemann and Dörpfeld uncovered at an unexpectedly high level, unexpected because for Schliemann everything ancient had to be deep, a house, a grand house, which immediately, in their eyes, resembled the royal palace that they discovered at Tiryns. And better still, inside it were masses of Mycenaean pottery, exactly the kind they had found at Mycenae and Tiryns. the key in the dating of this search for them, just as they are for us today. In its quiet way, this was a shattering revelation, because it meant that the Troy that Schliemann thought was Homer's dated from 1,000 years before this, and that the Troy with Mycenaean contacts, which, if any Troy was to be Homer's, this would be, was somewhere outside it and undiscovered.
What a blow that must have been to the old man. He knew now that he'd destroyed much of the evidence, not just for himself, but forever. But he resolved to go back once again the following year, hoping he could still solve the riddle. "It is not too late," he wrote. But the gods, as he would have said, did not allow it. On Christmas Day, 1890, he died in Naples, worn out by Troy itself. He was taken back to his beloved Athens, his adopted home, for burial. Schliemann's tomb lies in the first cemetery of Athens, adorned with sculpted scenes of the heroes Hector and Achilles fighting in front of sacred Ilios. Alongside them in death, that latter-day hero Schliemann himself, Homer in hand, Sophie devoted by his side, together conquering new worlds for the imagination. Schliemann's house still stands in Athens. His ghost is still there too. "To make my beloved Greece live again," he said, "all I did was to that end." The new science of archaeology did not escape such feelings. How could it? In a sense, it is the most romantic of sciences, for we would have it physically restore to us the lost past. "My work," he wrote, "will remain as long as there are admirers of Homer in the world, nay, as long as this globe will be inhabited by men. Know yourself." But had the Trojan War ever happened? In the next stage of the search, we will see how Schliemann's successors, more scientific but no less romantic than he, tried to prove that Homer's tale was, after all, the truth. This is the house in Athens of the German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann. He died in 1890, exhausted by his passionate and obsessive quest to find truth in the ancient legend of the Trojan War. But he never solved the riddle. Was the search an illusion? Invention of the bards? Had the city never existed at all? Schliemann had begun the search, now others would follow. His assistant, Wilhelm Derbfeld. The Briton, Arthur Evans. the American Carl Blegen, as the new science of archaeology attempted to bring to life the Age of the Heroes. Once upon a time, there was a town called Troy. So said the Greek poet Homer, who lived around 700 BC. Troy, he said, was a great and wealthy city which stood near the Dardanelles. On a visit to Greece, the prince of Troy, Paris, eloped with the wife of the king of Sparta, Helen. The Greeks gathered 1,000 ships to take her back. Their leader was Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, rich in gold. After 10 years of war, the city was sacked when it was entered by the famous trick of the wooden horse. That was the story, but was it just a story? At Mycenae in 1876, Heinrich Schliemann set out to prove it. There he found the tombs of rich and powerful Bronze Age kings, literally laden with gold, just as Homer had said. Armed to the teeth with weapons of bronze. At Tiryns, near Mycenae, behind the mighty walls of which Homer had sung, Schliemann uncovered remains of a Bronze Age palace resembling those described by the poet. Here were even wall paintings showing images of people who had lived at the time the war was thought to have taken place, around 1200 BC. But 300 miles across the Aegean Sea, mystery still surrounded Troy itself. Schliemann claimed he had found it at a little hill called Hisarlik in what is now northwestern Turkey. There he had excavated a small prehistoric citadel. But could this tiny place, only 100 yards across, really have been the splendid city of Homer's story? Schliemann's proof, the so-called jewels of Helen with which he had bedecked his Greek wife, was soon shown to be 1,000 years too early. The search, however, continued. And back home in Manchester, my search now turned to Schliemann's loyal assistant, the architect Wilhelm Dörpfeld, the man who was determined to take up Schliemann's torch and prove the doubters wrong.
I've called archaeology the most romantic of sciences because it attempts to bring back lost time, and that's especially evident in this most romantic of stories. And it's true, above all, of the second great figure in our search, Dörpfeld. because if anything, he was a greater romantic than Heinrich Schliemann himself. He spent much of his later life, and he lived to be nearly 90, living on the Greek island of Levkas, attempting to prove that it was the true Ithaca of Homer's Odyssey, the home of King Odysseus, and in fact he's buried there. So like Schliemann, he remained a lover of Greece to the end. He, as he put it himself, was inspired by the master, Schliemann, and it was he who would endeavour to bring Schliemann's unfulfilled dreams to reality, to prove the truth of Homer's vision of Troy. What the two of them shared was the same driving imagination, and the difference, perhaps, as Dörpfeld himself admitted, was sheer luck. For Schliemann, even in his childhood dreams, could hardly have dared imagine what Dörpfeld would now find.
The site of Hisarlik, we now know, was extraordinarily complicated, with 9 cities superimposed on top of each other. But we can strip off its layers with the help of modern technology.
Before we go to Hisarlik, at Dörpfeld's side, let's not forget what he didn't know about the site and what he knew or could plausibly deduce. Schliemann had established the basic stratification, the levels of the site. Dörpfeld knew that there was a Roman city on the top. There it is with the yellow limes. He knew that there was a Greek city underneath it, Ilion, visited by Alexander the Great. He knew that there was a strange intermediate settlement, which Schliemann had called the 6th city, which they couldn't date precisely. And he knew that deep in the prehistoric layers, there was the city which Schliemann had thought Homer's Troy. But when the two of them had dug together outside this site in 1890, they had discovered a building and part of a fortification wall associated with Mycenaean pottery. In other words, it was this bit, if any, that was connected with the period of the Trojan War. Dörpfeld next put the clues together. Part of a house demolished by Schliemann, fragments of what appeared to be a circuit wall that Schliemann had hit much earlier, and part of a northern circuit wall that Schliemann had demolished 20 years before. Only an architect, perhaps, could have seen that and put them together. But when Dörpfeld did put them together, something like that must have appeared in his mind's eye. The question was, what would there be there, and how much of it would still be standing?
In 1893, paid for by Sophie Schliemann and the German Kaiser, Dörpfeld went back to Hisarlik to find out.
Under 50 feet of earth and debris and the ruins of later cities, in a great sweep around the south and east of Schliemann's city, Dörpfeld uncovered the tremendous walls of late Bronze Age Troy, including this marvelous angular watchtower, which is now hidden from public view, and which I suppose could have been the great Tower of Ilium itself. It's beautifully built out of dressed limestone blocks, so well done that it almost looks like later classical work. In fact, it helps you to understand why Schliemann demolished things like this when he came across them. It still stands 25 feet high. It must have been at least 30 feet high of limestone, and then above it, a great brick superstructure. So it must have dominated the plain, jutting out like the prow of an old battleship.
Out of the soil came beautiful walls, which are shown as they were first seen in Dörpfeld's photographs. Immediately, they seem to recall the city in Homer's Iliad. Homer calls the city well built, and here indeed were walls which made those of Mycenae look crude, even barbaric. Dörpfeld uncovered the bases of what had once been imposing towers, and again Homer describes Troy's fine towers and gates. One of them, the Scaean Gate, flanked by the great Tower of Ilios. Dörpfeld found that the defences at Hissarlik had a curious slope, and in the Iliad, Homer says that 3 times the Greek hero Patroclus tried with his bare hands to clamber up the angle of Troy's wall. The place was still small, its 700-yard circuit less than Mycenae, but its fine masonry and elegant architecture showed it had once been the most beautiful fortress in the Aegean. Dörpfeld was elated. The long argument over Troy is over, he wrote. The actual remains of the city of Priam and Hector have come to light. Schliemann has been vindicated. The Trojans have triumphed.
Dörpfeld hadn't proved that it was called Troy, but he had proved that there was a late Bronze Age citadel here with Mycenaean contacts, in the right place by the mouth of the Dardanelles, with uncanny resemblance to what the bardic tradition enshrined in Homer said. But what was his evidence that it had been destroyed by war? He says, signs of a great fire were evident in many places. The upper parts of the walls and towers had been toppled. The inner buildings had been leveled. Evidently, he said, the city had been destroyed by the hand of an enemy. Durch Feindeshand zerstört. The extent of Dörpfeld's dig on Hissarlik makes him the most important of its excavators. But his great book, Troy and Ilion, was never translated out of German. Indeed, even before it went to press in 1900, the finds which it announced up here by the Dardanelles were to be totally eclipsed by sensational discoveries at the other end of the Aegean Sea in Crete, where a revolution in archaeology was about to take place, single-handedly achieved by an Englishman of genius, Arthur Evans.
It was Evans who would destroy Schliemann and Dörpfeld's romantic vision of a Homeric Bronze Age. Evans was born in 1851 into an atmosphere of Victorian industry. A family firm which later provided him with the fortune he spent on archaeology. His father John owned a big paper mill in Hertfordshire, but John Evans was also one of the leading prehistoric scholars of the day, correspondent of Heinrich Schliemann. Not surprisingly, the young Evans grew up fascinated by history and by writing. Unlike the self-taught Schliemann, Evans had a classical education, public school and Oxford. And he returned to Oxford to devote himself to his passion, archaeology. Oxford in the 1880s was a ferment of new ideas about geology and prehistory, provoked by the evolutionary theories of Charles Darwin, a friend of Evans's father. The discovery of new cultures, a byproduct of their imperialism, had seized the late Victorian imagination and helped shape their belief in the evolutionary development from the so-called primitive societies to the higher civilizations. Such ideas formed Evans's view of historical progress long before he went to Greece to try to solve the enigma which had eluded Schliemann. Why had Mycenaean civilization left no trace of writing?
The climactic year for Arthur Evans was 1893, the year in which the whole course of his life was determined. It was also a tragic year for him, for his wife died. He was a still youthful 41. But that February, in Athens, Evans was rummaging around in the trays of the antique dealers in the flea market when he came across a number of these, 3- or 4-sided incised and drilled seal stones. He was told they came from Crete, and with his eye for microscopic detail, he thought he was able to distinguish signs of a hieroglyphic system of writing on them. Now, such systems were known in the cultures of the ancient Near East, like Egypt, but the idea that there might have been writing like this in prehistoric Europe would have seemed far-fetched to most scholars at that time. But the idea had been floated by Heinrich Schliemann, among others, and he and a number of people thought that in Crete they might find the first example of the adoption of writing in the West. And so it was to Crete that Evans turned to find his answers, and there, one can only say, destiny awaited him.
Crete was steeped in legend. Here had been the seat of King Minos, who had ruled the Aegean with his navy long before the Trojan War. It was the site of the labyrinth, lair of a monstrous half-man, half-bull, the Minotaur. Here the architect Daedalus had fashioned the wings with which Icarus had escaped from Crete only to fly too near the sun. From here, according to Homer, King Idomeneus sailed to Troy with his 80 black ships. Evans first arrived in Crete in March 1894, feeling considerably the worse for a bad 24-hour voyage from Piraeus, he wrote in his diary. He had come, he said grandly, to find the origin of Greek civilization, and with it the origin of all great culture that has ever been. Crete is a continent in miniature, poised like a stepping stone between Europe, the Near East, and Africa. Its people are descended from prehistoric folk, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and Turks, and all have left their mark on the landscape and on the faces of the island. But where would Evans's search for writing lead now? Throwing off his seasickness, on his very first day, he wandered around the market in Heraklion. There he found more seal stones. A clue was in my hands, he wrote, and I resolved to follow it, if possible to the innermost recesses of the labyrinth itself. For the seal stones had indeed come from the site of the legendary labyrinth, a then insignificant hill now known to the world as Knossos. The paths of history and myth had begun to converge.
Knossos, please.
The hill Evans saw was very different from the one we see today. For after his excavation, Evans decided to partially reconstruct the palace. To an extent, what there is now is his.
You can imagine that this is happening in 2,000 years before Christ.
But what did he see when he first put spade to soil in March 1900? His finds were nothing less than a revelation. Only inches below the surface, he found a throne room 3,500 years old. It was in an unbelievable state of preservation, fragments of paintings still hanging on the walls. In the storerooms, rows of jars still contained grain, dried beans, and lentils. That spring, it was obvious to Evans what the palace was. It was, of course, Mycenaean. A Cretan palace which had been conquered by Mycenaean mainlanders and finally destroyed around 1200 BC. The interpretation and the date fitted Homer's picture of a Greek king, Idomeneus, on the throne of Knossos at the time of the Trojan War. The palace closely resembled those in mainland Greece, paintings like those at Tiryns. Stone rosettes like those on the treasury of Atreus at Mycenae. Above all, stirrup jars, as Evans wrote, the most common form of Mycenaean pottery. But who were these so-called Mycenaeans? The answer clearly lay in Evans' key find. Only days into the dig, he had turned up strange baked clay tablets. They were inscribed with an unknown system of writing. Confident that he would soon decipher their script, Evans persuaded the Oxford University Press to cast a type fount for his new language. He was convinced that he had found the missing link between the cultures of the Near East and of early Greece, one of the great languages of the ancient world. Like his other finds, he called it Mycenaean. But within months, he completely changed his mind. It was not Mycenaean, but Minoan. Evans took the name from the legendary King Minos, and Minos came to stand for the Minoan culture which Evans thought had ruled mainland Greece, including Schliemann's Mycenae. The bull of Minos had replaced the mask of Agamemnon as the symbol of the Aegean Bronze Age. The palace of Minos, Evans thought, had been the center of an empire which had dominated the Aegean with its navy, just as the legend had it. Its people were sophisticated, controlled, but fun-loving. Devotees of outdoor sports like the strange bull leaping depicted on the frescoes. For Evans, the Minoans were lovers of the natural world, their rituals and festivals presenting the image of a lost golden age. Presided over by their bull-masked king, who issued Europe's first law code from the throne of the Palace of Minos. Evans came to identify intensely with that vision. Perhaps that was why he felt impelled to reconstruct the palace, literally to make the vision concrete.
I'm sure most people who come to Knossos must at some point wonder about these reconstructions of Sir Arthur Evans and about the psychology behind them. Did he do it for the general public, or did he do it to gratify some inner need to make it all more tangible? When you compare him with Heinrich Schliemann, Schliemann's driving obsession, his inner demon, is so near to the surface, so naive. With Evans, it seems different. But I think Evans was just as much a man of his time. And it was a troubled time, the 1890s and the early years of the 20th century. A lot of creative people were dismayed by what they saw as a rising tide of industrialism and imperialism. And it wasn't just artists like Paul Gauguin rushing off to Tahiti to find the lost innocence of the world. It was intellectuals too, like H.G. Wells. And I think that Arthur Evans found his lost innocence here. His sister said that he was a romantic who needed to escape from the present, and that he found this new civilization which was so wonderfully to his taste, and here at Knossos he was able to create a world in which his mind and his eye could dwell, a world in which he could escape the painfulness of the present, where he found no peace.
So there was no room for Homer in Evans's view of the Aegean Bronze Age. It was the benevolent imperialists from Knossos who were the history makers, the new Victorians. Across the Aegean in the 15th century BC, King Minos ruled the waves, master and civilizer of what Schliemann had thought Homeric Greece. The valleys of Mycenae were farmed by Cretan colonists, nabobs in a Minoan Raj. The great building achievements of the mainland, like the treasury of Atreus at Mycenae, were the work of Cretans, perhaps even of the architect of Knossos, great Daedalus himself. After the fall of Knossos in around 1400 BC, Evans thought Mycenae was left a decadent backwater. From here, no imperial expedition could ever have set sail. The Trojan War was a mere fairy tale. In the academic world, Evans's ideas became the establishment view. He himself appeared a stern figure who brooked no argument. But his godson, James Candy, who lived with him before the First War at Boar's Hill near Oxford, knew a different side of the great man.
Now then, this is the place, and by Jove, you're going to see a view here. Wait till we get up to these doors, and then I'm going to just push it open, and you go straight in. Now then, look at that. Isn't that lovely?
It's wonderful. What an
I should come here and giggle.
extraordinary place.
Here, Evans built an artificial lake and a house to share with his wife. Her early death shattered that hope, but when not in Knossos, the childless Evans retreated to this private world. The house, Yulebury, with its Minoan fantasies, is gone now, though the gardens Evans planted remain. Here, the boy Candy knew him in a way his fellow scholars never did.
So he grew his little finger
all
long.
the others were perfectly all right. That one was his personal excavator. Because, you see, he'd look at things, as he was my cockpit, he'd look at things and he'd bear coins or pottery. He would...
Marvellous.
Marvellous.
What sort of man was he? I'm almost wondering whether he was a bit of a romantic, although when you read his academic work, he comes over as very severe.
There are two sides to him, you see. In fact, his contemporaries, when they came down and to stay here, saw Sir Arthur. He said, this is not Sir Arthur that I know at Knossos or at the Athenaeum or at the British Museum or the Ashmolean.
Because he frightened them, didn't he? He had a reputation of being a real tyrant.
Oh, yes. Very autocratic.
So are you saying that he really shared his real thoughts with you?
Yes. He was happy when he was with children. He loved playing charades and dressing up because he had all beautiful collection of Balkan shawls and covers and so on, all hand-done on his sofas and that sort of thing. And all the boys had yellow little ribbons put on, and the girls had blue. And you had to match up with them, you see. And then you danced them, but he would lead the little girl onto the floor of the hall. And it went rather like a labyrinth, all the way around, so you had to follow it. But in time, you came to the middle, and there would Sir Arthur be, on top of the Minotaur. And of course, these children come up, you know, and he'd go, like that, and throw the child up in the air and catch it, put it down, next one. You see, make the noise of a bull. And that went on till, well, there was about 20 or 30 children, you see. And of course, one or two, oh, no, I don't like the bull. The others, of course, they thought that was absolutely marvellous.
Did he talk to you about his wonderful Cretan discoveries? Did he try to help you imagine what he'd found, what the Minoans were like? And did he see them as real people?
Oh, yes.
How did he paint it to you?
He is real people. And in a simplified form. He didn't say this was a certain 2000 BC and all that, all the technical side. He brought them alive to you. I mean, his description of lying in the Villa Ariadne when the big earthquake, when everybody was screaming and shouting and rushing around, he lay there and he was most intrigued because under the bed, the great rumblings. Because he said in the letter to me, he said it was the bull bellowing.
Wonderful.
Yeah. That's what fascinated me, and it still fascinates me to this day, that he was two people.
Evans stood over the field for 50 years, like a giant. His definitive publication, The Palace of Minos, is perhaps the greatest work of archaeological scholarship ever written, and no man has ever dominated a field like he did. But major problems remained unresolved, and chief among them was the writing, the very thing which had led Evans to Knossos in the first place. He'd put his thoughts down on paper in 1909 in Scripta Minoa, but the mysterious tablet, the Minoan writing, as he called it, Linear B, still remained untranslated. The one thing they could not be, he asserted time and again, was Greek. But there were opponents who disagreed, who felt that Mycenae had always been independent of Crete, and that in its heyday in the 13th century, it had ruled the Aegean and headed a confederacy which could indeed have attacked Troy. Chief among the opponents was an American, Carl Blegen.
And with the young and confident Americans, Aegean archaeology enters the age of film. After the authoritarian Germans and the old-school Britons, the New World would now bring a fresh and more scientific eye to the Old World's greatest story. And coming out of the Depression, it must have seemed a swell party. Blegen was born in 1886 and trained as an archaeologist when Evans was at the height of his influence. A quiet Midwesterner, he evolved his own ideas about Evans' Minoan theory. Looking at the same evidence as Evans, Blegen saw something very different. Finds of pottery from mainland Greece all over the eastern Mediterranean suggested to him that the backwater of Mycenae had actually dominated the Aegean in the 14th and 13th centuries. Evans's Age of Decadence. Blegen found a friend and an ally in an English scholar, Alan Wace. By 1930, the two had a system of Mycenaean pottery which could give accurate dates. They were sure now that Homer's picture of an imperial Mycenae was basically right. And that, of course, led them back to Troy itself. Was the story true? Was Hisarlik really Troy? Athens, 9th of July 1931. Dear Gov, Blegen wrote to Wace, Troy is a splendid sight, and one could still do a good bit of digging there. I wish we could get up an expedition to dig there. I could easily raise the money if there were any prospect of wangling the permit, but I don't think there's any chance of that. But in 1932, with Dörpfeldt's help, Blegen's chance came to dig areas left untouched by the Germans 40 years before. The searchers were again on Homer's trail. And so, as Hitler was poised to come to power in Germany, the third great exploration of Hisarlik began. Blegen filmed it, one of the first digs to be so recorded. He re-examined all 9 levels of the hill, stretching long before and long after the time of the Trojan War. It turned out to be nothing less than a cross-section of human history. But Homer was never far from Blegen's thoughts. Had Dörpfeldt's city of the fine angled walls really witnessed the events of the Iliad? Now there came yet another twist to this already extraordinary story. Blegen decided that the heaped walls of Dörpfeldt's city had not been toppled by Agamemnon's army, but by a tremendous natural catastrophe. An earthquake. To understand where that left Homer's tale, we need to look at what he found in the layer above the earthquake, the city built on the debris of Dörpfeldt's Troy.
Blegen excavated in 4 main areas. Here, around the east gate, on the north, where he uncovered part of the circuit wall demolished by Schliemann. On the west, he found the footings of an immense bastion, which went down 23 feet below ground level, forming a counterpoint to the bastion uncovered by Dörpfeldt on the other side of the city. And here, by the south gate, Blegen found the foundations of a beautiful colonnaded house, which he called the Pillar House, 30 yards long, with the remains of the main street going up past it. This great city, however, Blegen decided had been destroyed by an earthquake. End of the line for Homer's story? Well, not quite. Blegen's attention focused on the successor city, Troy 7a, where a remarkable change had come over the character of the whole settlement. These grand houses, with the wide spaces between them, seemed to have been superseded by a network of tenements, immediately obvious to the eye. What had happened?
After the earthquake, the survivors on Hisarlik had cleared the debris and rebuilt where they could. But all over the hill, Blegen detected signs that all was not well. When you walked inside the main gate and up the main street, you saw the evidence immediately.
In here, the Americans found 3 not particularly well-built rooms, of which this, the largest, was some sort of bakery. They found grinders for pounding the grain into flour. They found fireplaces, sort of improvised ovens for baking the bread. And in that corner, a series of bins made out of wood and brick for the storage of a large number of loaves, such as you can see in any bakery in the Mediterranean today. Now, Carl Blegen also thought that liquid was stored and dispensed here, and he pointed to this, which he thought was the slop tray with a drain out into the street. Now, it being a bakery, you would expect that a lot of surplus water would have to be got rid of. But Carl Blegen thought that it was wine, and that wine was dispensed here. And the interpretation he gave to the whole suite of buildings was that the bread and the wine and other stores were sold in that little kiosk straight onto the street, sold to thirsty and harassed heroes as they staggered back, shell-shocked as it were, after a hard day's fighting in the Trojan plain. Now, in considering that marvelously vivid image, you must remember that it is the product of an archaeologist working in the middle years of this century. The model, of course, is the soup kitchens of the beleaguered cities of Europe in the Second World War, a suitably contemporary image for this 20th century version of the tale of Troy.
For that is what Blegen thought he had found. A Troy which had suffered two catastrophes, the first by an earthquake, the second soon after by the hand of man. Everything seemed to fit. At its height, before the earthquake, the city had 24 fine houses widely spaced. Now those spaces were blocked with shanties, gloomy little bungalows, one-roomed and partitioned prefabs squashed together. The underfloors of the houses were honeycombed with sunken storage jars, covered with flagstones to keep grain, beans, smoked meat. The normally taciturn Blegen was prepared to talk of a war economy, rations, dare we say it? Well, he did, a siege mentality. It was as if those last carefree summers before the Second War, the sharpness of the light, the gaiety, the gentle horseplay, had found an unconscious response in the tale, in the last calm before Troy was attacked. A dream of calm, the poet Aeschylus said, which came to Troy with the delicate adornment of riches, desire that stings the heart. Smoke marks even now the conquered city. Whirlwinds of doom are still alive. The embers dying with the city send forth rich gusts of wealth. Methinks I hear the cries of the vanquished, people thrown down on the bodies of husbands and brothers, children lying in their aged parents' arms, voices no longer free, bewailing the deaths of their loved ones. We executed payment for their presumptuous robbery. They raped our queen, we raped their city, and we were right.
The city was destroyed by fire, possibly within even a generation of being rebuilt. Down in the street there, the debris was as much as 5 feet thick, of charred wood, bricks, rubble and ashes. In the entrance to the snack bar were fragments of a human skull, perhaps the proprietor himself, and nearby the remains of 2 skeletons, covered by masses of rubble which had showered down on them from the houses lining the street. And here in this western alley, near part of a human jawbone, was found this arrowhead, which Carl Blegen identified as being of a Mediterranean type. He thought that it had been fired by one of the Greek attackers. And outside, below the wall, lay unburied a skeleton, perhaps of one of those Greek attackers, whose head had been crushed by a terrible blow. For the city had certainly this time not been destroyed by earthquake, but by an invading army which had ruthlessly sacked and burned it before departing. The circumstances fitted Homer's story perfectly. The date, Blegen thought, was smack on, about 1240 BC. So for him, there was no longer any doubt. The siege of Troy was a fact.
Imagination is a very important quality for an archaeologist to possess. But did one arrowhead make a war? Did sunken storage jars and a soup kitchen prove a siege? Could this huddle of shanties really have been Homer's city? Still looking for answers, I turned to a man who had actually dug with Blegen at Troy. In Athens, I voiced my doubts to Jerome Sperling. Can any archaeologist dig at Hisarlik with a mind free of Homer? Had Blegen, like Schliemann and Dörpfeld before him, gone there to find what he wanted to find? Jerome's reply was strangely ambiguous.
To me, it doesn't have any great significance, this criticism, because everybody's Troy is different from everybody else's Troy. It depends upon what blend you make of the poetry you have read, or the how much you know of the archaeology and care about it, and how you use your own imagination. The placing of those great storage jars under the floors of the houses of 7A in that passage that was newly filled with these buildings, that doesn't mean that the Trojans knew there was going to be a great expedition against them, or that they foresaw Agamemnon's coming with such an expedition. But it means, in very simple terms, that they didn't want to have their country places raided so that they would lose their annual crops. I would take it to be as simple as that.
But didn't you ever stand on that dig and look at the skeleton you found in the ditch and the snack bar behind the gate and the destruction level? And didn't you ever think it was a Greek expedition that did this, just as Homer said?
I wouldn't say yes or no. I don't see the need for identifying Agamemnon, you see, as being the person there at the end of Troy 7A. I mean, I'm thrilled by, I'm overpowered by Homeric poetry, and I think everyone is who reads it carefully. It's an overpowering experience, but that doesn't make it doesn't have to make it historic, because you see, poetic truth comes in the people that he talks about, and their hopes and despair and problems and conflict. That's where the truth of it is.
But in archaeology, truth depends on interpretation. Blegen, however, never had any doubts that the plundered and ravaged mound of Hisarlik had finally given up its secrets. And if the events of the Iliad were true, then it only confirmed the idea that Mycenae was at its height in the 13th century BC, contrary to Evans's whole view of the late Bronze Age. The solution to the impasse Blegen knew must lie in the Linear B tablets. To Evans's great disappointment, decipherment of his so-called Minoan language had proved impossible. All over the world, scholars were fascinated by the problem, but Evans had published too small a sample to give them a real chance of solving it. Blegen decided to look for a mainland archive, an unexcavated palace. He headed for the western Peloponnese, for sandy Pylos. Somewhere on that lovely coast, Homer says, was the palace of Agamemnon's ally, King Nestor. Locals led Blegen to a hill called Arno Englianos, high above the sea. There, on the very first morning, he found his archive. Clay tablets, hundreds of them, in the same Linear B script as Evans had found at Knossos. The palace Blegen uncovered had been untouched since 1200 BC. Again, we have his record on film. In the royal hall, the central circular hearth was intact, where a king had feasted at the time of the Trojan War. The storerooms were packed with the shattered wealth of the heroic age. The palace was evidently of the same culture as Evans's palace at Knossos, and the tablets proved it was. But in what language were they written? The mystery of the Mycenaeans was nearing its solution. It was now possible, at last, to publish a mass of Linear B texts. This paved the way for the decipherment. In the summer of 1952, an almost nonchalant radio broadcast announced what would soon be billed as the Everest of archaeology. It was made by a gifted English amateur, the 33-year-old architect Michael Ventris.
This is the BBC Home Service.
During the last few weeks, I've suddenly come to the conclusion that the Knossos and Pylos tablets must, after all, be written in Greek, a difficult and archaic Greek, seeing that it's 500 years older than Homer, and written in a rather abbreviated form, but Greek nevertheless.
For Carl Blegen, the decipherment of Linear B must have been the crowning moment of his career. For Arthur Evans, it would have been a traumatic revelation, but the old man had died in 1941, 90 years old, and never learned the truth about his palace of Minos. James Candy remembers those last days.
I was married and up to my eyes in work, but the times I'd come up here on my own and I'd look into the big drawing room. There he was, sitting in his chair with a rug over him and the black cat sitting there beside him.
On his own?
On his own, entirely on his own.
Do you think that Knossos not broke him, but it must have been a fantastic expenditure, both in money and energy, over such a long time? Do you think in the end that it exhausted him?
It did, and financially.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes.
So are you saying by the end he couldn't really afford to keep up this wonderful...
As he said to me that one evening, he said, I ought not to be living here, Jimmy. I said, why not, Sir Arthur? He said, you know, I've spent all my money on Knossos. And so he had.
So Evans's ancient Minoan civilization, which had so enriched the culture of early Greece, had indeed been conquered by the mainland Mycenaeans. Knossos had been ruled by the bronze-clad Greeks. Homer had been vindicated.
We began this stage of our search with the quest for writing. Heinrich Schliemann and Arthur Evans both found it impossible to believe that the heroic world that they had uncovered was illiterate. Arthur Evans found the writing, but died before it was revealed that it was Greek
and that a Greek king had sat here on the throne of Minos at Knossos. Had Heinrich Schliemann known that, I'm sure he would have seen it as the final vindication of his faith in Homer's version of the Bronze Age and of the Trojan War. And indeed, the decipherment of Linear B has led to a whole series of new questions about Homer. And those are the questions we can no longer put off in our search. Who was Homer? Does his story go back to real events? And is it possible that it was transmitted orally over 500 years after the destruction of these great palaces? Those are the questions we'll turn to next week. In our search for the Trojan War, we've constantly spoken of Homer. Homer's epic poem, the Iliad, tells the tale of the war. The Iliad is the beginning of European literature, and yet it's still one of the widest read books.
Here, Penguin Books are just running off the 35th printing since 1952 of their translation. That amounts to about 1 million copies of just one version into English alone. So if Homer were still around today, he'd be a very wealthy man indeed. And the reason that he's still read is not because he's a classic, but because he's a great storyteller who uses wonderful language, even in translation. He gives us an image of a heroic age which is so vividly realized that ever since, the audience have been unable to resist the idea that in some way it's true. But is there any historical truth behind Homer's tale of Troy? Did that story go back, as so many people would love to believe, to a real event in the Bronze Age, a historical Trojan War?
Homer has always been seen as the first and greatest poet in Western culture. But what connection, if any, is there between the Greek Homer, who may have composed in the 8th century BC, and the Mycenaean bards of the 13th century BC, when the war is supposed to have taken place? The tale of Troy has been told for 2,500 years. According to the legend, an armada of 1,000 ships came from all over Greece to try to recover the Greek or Achaean queen Helen, who had eloped with Paris, Prince of Troy. The contingents gathered at Aulis in central Greece. There their leader Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to gain the gods' approval for the war. After 10 years of siege, the city was destroyed. Succeeding generations have seen the tale as an archetypal image of the tragedy of war. Homer's heroes fought with bronze weapons, but his portrayal of the common sufferings of victors and vanquished is universal. It came to mind to one man even in the Western desert, General Sir John Hackett.
It's a story about the sort of people I know. Doesn't matter where they are, what their nationality is, what environment. These are fighting people, and they share a lot of the characteristics of people that I've known in circumstances which, to me, are not by any means unfamiliar.
Does this suggest to you that the facts of the story of Troy, as told by Homer, are a mere story? Could they actually reflect military reality?
Oh, I think so. I remember outside Mercier-Trou, when there'd been a battle all day, and there'd be a battle in the morning, and in this short night, there we were, and German flares were going up practically all around us, and we were eating a little, talking a little, sleeping hardly at all, and waiting for the morning. Now, there's that story about how the campfires with the Achaeans and the Trojans, like stars on a still night, twinkled at each other out of the gloom while the men around them waited for the battle that would begin in the morning. And I couldn't help asking myself whether the thoughts and feelings that were in these men's hearts and minds were very different from those that on that occasion outside Mercier-Trou I knew were in our own.
A 1,000 fires burned in the plain, and beside each one were 50 men in the glare of the flames. So the Trojans stood to arms all night. Meanwhile, immortal panic, companion of cold fear, gripped the Greeks, as even their best men were stricken with stark terror. We begin with Troy itself. Archaeologists have proved there was an imposing citadel exactly where Homer's tale says, at the mouth of the Dardanelles. A royal fortress with well-built gates and towers. Finds of pottery show it had trading relations with Agamemnon's Mycenae. But that doesn't prove Homer's tale is true. Is there anything in Homer's language which can tell us whether his story actually goes back 500 years before his day?
We'll start with the text, the one we saw coming hot foot off the press. This is translated from modern printed texts, and they go back to this great book, the original printed edition of Homer's Iliad, done in Florence in 1488, and what a wonderful piece of bookmaking it is. The Greek scholars who constructed this text used medieval manuscripts. Behind those medieval manuscripts lie Roman papyruses, preserved in fragments in the sands of Egypt. But this written tradition only takes us back about as far as 550 BC. In other words, 700 years after the Trojan War, and perhaps 200 years after Homer's own time. There's a problem then. Did Homer, whoever he was, actually write this poem? Well, the opinion in Roman times was that he didn't, and that the poem had been preserved orally for a long time before it was committed to writing. And if that's the case, then this text that we know as a book is actually the record of an oral performance about 2.5 millennia old. But the question was how to prove it. The text of Homer contains features that aren't really explicable if it was written down. And chief among them are the repetitions. The text is full of repeated lines, phrases, and even whole chunks. And among them, one special feature, and that is what we call the formulas, the descriptive tags or epithets applied to the heroes. Swift-running Achilles, Hector of the bright helmet. We can just make out one of them here on the papyrus. Dios Odysseus, brilliant Odysseus, and just higher up here, great-hearted Odysseus. An even more interesting group of epithets is applied by Homer to Troy itself, which he calls well-built, finely towered, beetling, windy, and bearing many horses. Now, has Homer made up those descriptions, or do they go back long before his time, perhaps even to before the end of the Bronze Age? To answer that, we need to know more about Homer himself.
Homer's identity, however, is still a great mystery. Modern experts cannot agree whether he was one man, two, several, or even a woman. The ancients believed that he was one man, whose name mysteriously means the hostage. They thought he was blind, that he had lived just before 700 BC in Ionia, what is now the western coast of Turkey. Here, Greeks had migrated in the dark age which followed the collapse of Mycenaean civilization. It was a new world which would see the birth of Western science, medicine, and philosophy. If Homer existed, he worked as a professional singer, a bard, in royal and noble courts on these coasts. His was an oral society on the verge of literacy. The ancients assumed he had written his text. Modern scholars think that the Iliad was committed to writing in the century or so after his death, but that Homer himself was working in a fully oral tradition. But what does that mean?
Snáiche fáide go bár na gram, Níorach sé cé tíide go tarint, má de rámul go ngógar sí, Bhí manú á chéadlas, stúrú á réglas, Ganú go le nuachta, Cúri go le níochta, Loppadán agus lápadán, Míalta mór agus chónta, Is loppadán le níor ní.
Kilgalligan, on the Atlantic coast of County Mayo, Ireland. Here the oral tradition has lingered on. The last performer of epics the length of the Iliad died only 40 years ago, but there are still storytellers reciting tales of heroic deeds in heroic language. They resemble Homer in their style of speech, especially in the formulas or runs, whose repeat passages, like Homer's, are highly formalized. The storyteller we have come to hear cannot read or write and speaks only Gaelic. His name is John Henry.
For the
last 10 summers, John's repertoire has been recorded by Dr. Seamus O'Cahoyne of University College, Dublin. John has not yet run out of stories.
For the first sheets in the stable, Martin was attached. Hookshella Tacha Bari in the stable. The scarces was a maskiftery. Wool sham boher boer. This in schule vi shaimo. Vi shat yak zuas a shrivi rode. Was a rivi ni near shit yak zuasless. Yagra junagus jayumulatia. Wool Martin of him la cram. Was a shak multivated la mihosu. Ach vi find a community beige. We had a hennigus crew yarigus age of Hadun. August. Lobby the pony, Charta 2 years door to pony. Tabageri bought them long joy into Martin, who's good into long home. Near of Hoculus avail, where we bought his gave. Stepal Martin or Stachary.
You couldn't just break it down for me in translation, could you, line by line? Is that a difficult thing for a storyteller to do?
It's very hard to do it, but and it's very hard to translate because there's a lot of the words don't mean anything in particular. It's alliterative. It's fully within the ancient tradition of runs.
But just to catch the flavour of it.
Well, Hoig said they got Sholta, Bako Jaha. They raised their sails. Bako Jaha, perhaps billowing or bellying sails or something like that. Snaichi Fada Gabarna Gran. Long threads or ropes to the tops of the masts. John. 200 rowing. 12 on the steering. Sand coming up and foam going down. Splish, splash, Loppadanagus, Lappadan. Whales and seals swimming along behind.
من نخي بقنا فارق وير قالين وسوير خوش وسر وش وايد رام.
In English, you might say the end result is that they set sail and they got there. But of course, it's much more complicated than that.
And what was it that impelled him to learn those stories?
Well, John's the man to answer that question. Take a road to Gerina Skelty show.
أنا مش بينار تبي رحمونتي. مش رحمونتي نيجو بوالم شكيلت قولنيز توب جهون صار هي شكيلت مرفين.
Vito Santa ha.
بما سانتا بوالم إن شانغد بما قبولم شلنا قابلية ديجويش.
Well, John says that this was the attitude of mind he always had. He was greedy for stories. And of course, he got them.
Now, no one in Kilgalligan is learning the tales from John to pass them on as he did. His only audience is the tape recorder, a sure sign that the tradition is nearing its end. Now we have no need of such guardians of the tradition. Today we recall our lists from a computer terminal, not from the memory of a bard. The idea of memorizing 200 names on an international flight would seem absurd to us. To deliver a poem the length of the Iliad is simply inconceivable. But it is still possible to see such a performance. To find it, we must travel far afield. This is the barren landscape of Turkish Armenia, within sight of the Soviet border, over 1,000 miles from Homer's wine-dark Aegean. To these lands, the Turks migrated from the Central Asian steppe in the 11th century AD, bringing their ancient traditions with them. In the town of Kars, they still survive. Like Homer, these men are professional bards. They sing and play at weddings, feasts, and funerals. They were brought up from childhood in the tuition of a master. This man, Sheriff Tashliova, was given away at 7 years because even then it was seen he had the bardic gift. He is now a master. His repertoire includes 100 tales from the Turkish medieval epic of Kurulu, many of them over an hour long. He's singing from Kurulu now. Here in Kars, the audience sat for 3 hours, as long as we might sit in a cinema, thrilled by the playing and by the pathos of the singing. Here it is still possible to feel the spell worked by a bard when he has an audience who believe in his magic. However distantly, Homer did something like this 2,500 years ago when he sang the tale of Troy. But what does such a performance tell us about the way Homer's text has come down to us?
In Homer's Odyssey, King Odysseus praises the bard Demodocus for his wonderful performance of the tale of Troy. You sing it, he says, as if you were there yourself, or as if you spoke to someone who was. And now we've been to Ireland and Turkey, we can gain some idea of how bards achieve that kind of effect. The sort of formulas, for example, that John Henry used in Mayo show the mechanism of memory and show how ancient elements can be preserved within the formulas and their rigid metrical patterns. And in Turkey, the great length of the Kurulu epic and its archaic medieval language shows how poems of this immense length can be memorized and orally transmitted by a single man, a professional. And it's interesting that both the audiences in Ireland and in Turkey view the tale teller as a professional, a specialised occupation. For Sheriff Tashliova in Kars, it's his job, quite simply. But we have to ask whether that tale actually goes back to the Bronze Age. And before we do, it's worth pointing out that there's nothing intrinsically unlikely in the idea that the Iliad could go back to an eyewitness account of a Bronze Age war. In Dark Age medieval Europe, for example, Viking kings took their professional bards, their skalds, with them on their campaigns in order to sing the old songs and to compose new ones about the deeds of kings. And these were only set down in writing many centuries later. Now, if that could happen in one heroic culture, it could have happened in Mycenaean Greece. But did it? Was there a Mycenaean bardic poem about Troy? And how were the stories transmitted over the 500 years before Homer?
Such questions are now at the center of the academic industry spawned by Homer. At Cambridge, Dr. John Chadwick, an expert in Bronze Age Greek, is especially interested in the problem of the transmission of the tales before Homer.
I think they are transmitted by being taught from one generation to the next. In each generation, there are people who devote themselves to learning these stories. I don't think they transmit them exactly and purely accurately. They will improve upon the story in retelling it. They may just forget what the original was, or they may quite consciously take two different stories and combine them into one. And that is the impression which one gets from Homer, except that, of course, in so doing, he has produced a masterpiece. He has not just put together separate, isolated poems. He has transformed the whole into a completely new poem. But his sources, no doubt, consisted of these transmitted, orally transmitted versions of events in Mycenaean times.
And you would be prepared to accept that they contained, they also included the story of a sack of a city called Troy?
I think it's very likely, yes, there was a poem on the sack of Troy. I think that the details which Homer includes in this very likely come from a number of other sources as well, but that there was something which connected Troy with Mycenaean Greece seems to me very likely indeed.
But what was that connection? Why did Greek tradition focus its most heroic legend and an armada of 1,000 ships on this tiny place? Can we detect when Troy became the center of the tale from clues in Homer's language itself? The description of Troy in the Iliad certainly suggests that bards of Homer's day knew what the site of the city looked like.
Homer gives us a few interesting facts about the general situation of Troy. The first one is that it's windy, very windy. And I don't think that's just a stock phrase by a poet, because anybody who's been here knows that the wind blows down from the north 12 months a year. And in the days before moisturizers, what that must have done for Helen of Troy's complexion, your guess is as good as mine. The windiness has added point because the site was an exposed high one. Homer tells us that it was beetling, towering, and that may seem to be an exaggeration, but you've got to remember that the hill was much higher than it is today. The level of the royal palace would have been well above my head. Its classical builders have cut the top away, Schliemann's excavations have pushed the side out, and you've got to imagine the hill being much more compact and steep. So this was a tall headland exposed to the blasts of wind from the north.
But that doubtless was true in Homer's own day too. Does Homer know what Troy looked like in the Bronze Age? Here, there has been a dramatic new discovery. Soil cores taken in the plain show that at the time of the Trojan War, the city stood above a great bay, which silted up during classical times. This could be reflected in Homer's description of sailing from the Dardanelles inside Ilios, and when he tells of the wide bay of the sea in front of Troy. But that was still true in Homer's time. Is there anything in his picture of the city itself which could go back to the time of the Trojan War? 3 of his phrases suggest the handing down of a genuine bardic memory of a late Bronze Age Troy. First, Homer tells of the great or sacred tower of Holy Ilios by the main gate of the city. Here, Hector's wife Andromache ran like a mad woman because she had heard the Trojans were losing. Now, at the main gate of the city, there was a tower enclosing an altar and fronted by pedestals for the idols of the Trojan gods. Is Homer's great tower of Holy Ilios a genuine memory of the gate tower of Bronze Age Troy? Second, Homer says that the Greeks almost broke into Troy when 3 times the Greek hero Patroclus tried to scale the slope of Troy's towering wall, but 3 times Apollo battered him back. The walls of the historical Troy do have a distinctive angle, but in Homer's own time, they were buried in debris. The last passage concerns the fine walls of Troy, which Homer says had been built with the aid of the gods. Here he gives us an extraordinarily precise detail.
He says that at one point in the circuit, on the western side, there was one section of the wall which had not been replaced by those beautiful constructions of Apollo and Poseidon. That on the western side, there was a badly built, weak wall, part of the older circuit, and that was where the goddess Athena told the Greeks to attack Troy. And amazingly enough, when Wilhelm Dörpfeld was excavating the circuit of Troy 6 in 1893-4, he found that on the western side there was one section of the old circuit had not been replaced. Now, Homer cannot possibly have seen this. He was composing 500 years on when this whole section was under mounds of debris. And that suggests that he is incorporating a genuine bardic memory of this place from the Bronze Age. And that raises the question, is Homer talking about a real war?
Finds made by archaeologists show that the bards had handed down to Homer some genuine memories of Mycenaean warfare. Homer accurately describes what is clearly a Mycenaean helmet sewn with rows of boar's tusks. Though he lived in the Iron Age, everywhere in the Iliad, Homer assumes that the weapons and armor of the heroes are of bronze. In describing their swords, Homer sometimes uses the phrase silver-studded. The memory and even the expression could be Mycenaean. The bards then did hand down to Homer some genuine memories of the heavily armed Mycenaean warrior class, Bronze Age knights in armor. Historical artist Peter Connolly, an expert in ancient weaponry, has recreated the heroes of Troy with the Mycenaean war gear which might lie behind Homer's descriptions.
Well, we do have a few fragments of armour and some ideas coming from Central Europe and places like that that give us some inkling of what it may have been like. There have been found 3 scales like this at Troy. If one looks at the holes along the side and here, one can see that they were stitched to either a fabric or a leather garment underneath, and probably overlapping like this to cover the stitching here, so it wouldn't get cut in the actual fighting. The difficulty is to what extent did the earlier cuirasses, like this, a reconstruction of the Dendra armour, have to the period we're talking about. This is a particularly interesting armour, actually, because in the description of Achilles, Achilles only had one weak spot, which is the back of the lower leg, or the Achilles heel. It is very interesting. This covers you right the way from the nose, right the way down to the knees, and then you've got leg guards or greaves covering the front. But if you turn it round, you can see actually at the back, the only part that is vulnerable is the back of the lower leg.
Fantastic. What about the things that Homer says about some of the heroes, like Ajax's great shield and the swords of the time?
It is possible that Ajax is an earlier legend. The great big giant in his arm with this huge shield. He may come from an earlier legend, which must also probably put Hector on an earlier legend too, because he also has this huge shield. As Homer says of Hector, when he walked away from the duel with Ajax, his shield tapped him on the heels and on the back of the neck. It's because he wore it over his back on a strap going around the neck. And as he walked, it would tap his neck and tap his heels. The perfect example is the most revolutionary of weapons to come. This was an entirely new type of weapon. It's a slashing weapon. This is the sort of thing, as Homer says, could cut off a man's arm.
So this is the pitiless bronze.
The weight is up here.
Yes.
And it's a lashing weapon like that.
And this was introduced at that time, around the period of the Trojan War?
Yes, it's coming into Greece. We're finding them in Greece. We find a lot of them in Central Europe, but they're coming into Greece about this time. They're also developing this, which is a sort of mixture of the earlier Mycenaean types for the handling, for the fixing of the handle, but also has a lot of characteristics of this. Again, it's a very small weapon, but it's a hacking weapon. It's like a butcher's cleaver. You can again imagine somebody having his shoulder cut off.
The Iliad then has many layers, some even older than the Trojan War, but some tiny trace elements seem to go back to a Mycenaean war poem. So is it possible to say whether that poem was about a specific war? That is, a war fought by Greeks in the plain of Troy. At the Dardanelles, wars have been fought from prehistory to our own times. The irony was not lost on those Homer lovers who died in sight of Troy in 1915. They say Achilles in the darkness stirred, and Priam and his 50 sons wake all amazed, and hear the guns and shake for Troy again. This is Cape Helles by the Dardanelles, opposite Troy. Here stands the monument to the 36,000 men of what was the British Empire, who died in 1915 in as futile a war as Troy itself, Gallipoli. Round the monument are lists of regiments drawn from every part of the empire: Assam, New Zealand, Ireland, Lancashire, men who no doubt died as fearfully as the heroes on the other shore.
Now, just imagine for a moment that all the written records of our own civilization were destroyed in some inconceivable catastrophe. And that in about 3,000 or 4,000 years' time, archaeologists came to this spot and uncovered the foundations of this structure. And if they dug around it, perhaps they might come across fragments of some of the lists of names, with a Singe from Burma, a Joyce from Dublin, a Wood from Manchester. But I wonder whether, from those simple facts, without any written record, they could guess the story of Gallipoli, the story of that fruitless venture by an imperial power which had once extended across the whole world, coming to this windswept and forlorn spot. The story of Gallipoli, if it had only survived in legend, would never have been believed. And yet it is a real war, and this is a real record of that war.
But what form would such a record have taken in a prehistoric oral society? And did the bards ever have such a record for the Trojan War? Amazingly enough, something like it was preserved by Homer himself. In the Iliad, there is a strange list of 164 places. Homer says these provided the troops for the 1,000 ships which went to Troy. It claims to be the actual roll call of the Greek expedition. It's known as the Catalogue of Ships, but what is it? An authentic Bronze Age war record handed down by the bards, or a later fiction? Geoffrey Kirk, formerly Regius Professor of Greek at Cambridge.
Many of the places mentioned were known in the Mycenaean age and ceased to be of any importance whatever afterwards. It's obviously based on perhaps a poem, perhaps a prose listing of the ships as they assembled at Aulis to go over the Aegean to Troy.
Could you bear to let me hear some of it?
We have the Codex Mori open at the entry of Argos and Mycenae, both of which are interesting. Hoide Argosti echon tirunthati techio esan, Hermionein asinein tibethiun catacolponicusas, Troidzain eonasti, kai ampaloent epidauron, Hoitiechon ai ginan, marcitate, kuroia kaion, Tone diauth hegemonon de boe nagathos Diomedes. Of them, Diomedes, good at the war cry, was leader. And then it goes on to say that yes, with them there came 80 black ships, Toisid ham ogdo conta melainai nees heponto. I think myself that it's got a good deal of Mycenaean content, but it also certainly has some Dark Age content. Like everything in Homer, it's a mixture of the very archaic, i.e. the Mycenaean, the contemporary with the Trojan War, the views of Homer's own time in the 8th century BC and shortly before that, and the whole period in between those two extremities.
And the problem's detecting which bit's which.
Exactly.
And that, for Homer lovers, is the $64,000 question. There's only one way to find the answer. Go and look. Agamemnon's capital, Golden Mycenae. Any bard worth his salt would have heard of this and the other major sites named in the catalogue. Their legends were famous. Their Cyclopean walls still stood. But it is the obscure sites, often completely forgotten in later times, which offer us the hope of proving at least part of the catalogue goes back to the Bronze Age. The search takes you far off the beaten track. Take the delightfully named Thisbe of the Many Pigeons, which Homer says was one of 60 places in central Greece which sent their men to Troy in 50 black ships. All you have for clues are the pigeons and the name. There's still a Thisbe in central Greece. Like most of the catalogue sites, it's not in the tourist guides, so it's best to ask the locals for guidance. After all, if Homer's right, these could even be the descendants of the men who went to Troy. The trouble is, there's so much history to choose from that the Bronze Age is not what immediately springs to mind.
Βλέπεις εδώ.
Αυτό?
Αυτό εκεί πέρα ήταν παλαιά, να πούμε, χτισμένο με πέτρες, μεγάλες πέτρες.
Ναι. Αυτό είναι κλασικό?
Ναι, είναι πιο πέρα το πύργος, είναι πιο πέρα.
That regular squared masonry is the classical city. What we want is 1,000 years earlier.
Ma πού είναι ο χώρος Μικηναϊκός? Παλαιοκάστρο.
Λάθος.
Αυτό?
There it is. There had even been a Mycenaean tomb treasure plundered here long ago. It's now part of local folklore. On top, typical Cyclopean walls and a scatter of Mycenaean pottery. Thisbe of the Many Pigeons was real enough. One up to Homer. Pity about the pigeons. At Thisbe, I learned my first lesson. Never underestimate Homer. Dawn in the Euphrates estuary on the south coast of Menelaus' kingdom of Sparta. Somewhere here, says the catalogue, lay the seaward city of Hellas, which sent men to Troy in the 60 ships of the Spartan contingent. Now, the plain hereabouts is still called Hellas, but the search is complicated by the fact that the sea has receded some miles. After the pigeons of Thisbe, however, the past, even the Bronze Age past, had started to come alive.
It's easy as you approach it through this flat country with these reeds and marshes, the bumpy road, the seabirds, to imagine Paris himself, perhaps, approaching it by sea, because this was the main Mycenaean port of the Gulf of Hellas. As you approach it, you can see this little limestone cliff rising above the plain about 70 or 80 feet. What was, in fact, a low promontory in Mycenaean times. It's called Agios Stephanos.
There was a little city on that limestone bluff under an impenetrable tangle of thorns. But why here when there is nothing today? An abandoned Bronze Age quarry behind the site shows why. Agios Stephanos was the export point for this mottled greenish stone, found only here, which was much coveted by Bronze Age kings. It is the only possible site for Homer's seaward city of Hellas. Homer's catalogue of ships says that Agamemnon took troops to Troy not only from mainland Greece, but from many islands, including Crete. And in the 80 Cretan ships, there were men from an obscure little place called Rhytion. Here we have no clues, only the name, perhaps partly preserved in today's village name, Rotasi. Here, there is an unexcavated Acropolis-like hill with a scatter of pottery sherds going back deep into prehistory. The locals must think I'm crazy.
Kirete.
I hope he doesn't ask me where I'm going. He won't believe a town in Homer.
Opolis Omeru.
Rhytion.
Ne, Rhytion, ne. And Axie.
So Homer's world is still alive after all. The search for Homer's catalogue takes you to many such forgotten corners of the Greek landscape. My journey led me to over 40. Half of the 164 names have so far been identified, and all those examined have shown traces of Mycenaean occupation. Most important, some were abandoned after the fall of the Mycenaean world and never lived in again until after Homer's day. Proof that at least some of the catalogue does go back to the Bronze Age. Exactly why the catalogue was compiled, we may never know for sure, but it remains possible that it is connected with a real event. And that brings us back to the first line of the catalogue and Homer's rocky Aulis. This was where the legend said the Greek armada assembled for Troy. Here Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia, Ephianassa as Homer calls her, to get a fair wind. Gave her to the goddess Artemis, as was later believed, where the classical sanctuary of Artemis stood. Its ruins are visible today in the shadow of an immense cement factory. Over the railway, you enter a strange deserted valley, barren and sinister. Almost a taboo place. Bronze Age Aulis stood looking over the famous straits where the tides come together. Here, it was said, the Greek fleet had anchored. Above the little bay is a rocky acropolis, where the familiar broken sherds of Mycenaean pottery have been found, although all is now blanketed by concrete dust.
Chamber tombs of the Mycenaean period were found down there when the concrete works was being built, and there's also traces of Mycenaean settlement in the low ground around the sanctuary. So this part of the catalogue and the story does fit with archaeology. And if the Greek chiefs did indeed meet here in Mycenaean Aulis before they set sail, then it may have been on this Acropolis that they held their last night celebrations, although celebrations blood-dimmed by the events which took place
down there in the sanctuary of Artemis.
On the sacrifice of Iphigenia, Homer is silent. Later Greek tradition gives us the detail. In Aulis they waited while the winds brought costly delay. Hulls and cables rotting, wasting away the flower of the Greeks. Then the army prophet came up with the solution. The winds could be changed by an offering to the gods, the blood of a girl. Her prayers, her cries of father, and her virgin youth counted for nothing with the generals. Her father prayed and told them to hold her like a young goat above the altar, to bind her mouth, to gag the sound, which might be a curse upon her royal house. Agamemnon brought himself to sacrifice his daughter, to sponsor a war for a faithless woman. Did it really happen? The sacrifice sounds like a fairy tale. When we know more about the Bronze Age, we may be able to say whether, like so much of Homer's story, it has a darker truth. In conclusion, Homer stands at the end of an oral tradition which must take the story far back before him. It took generations of bards to refine the language in which he tells the tale. And inextricably embedded in that language, with all its elaborate range of formulas, is Troy itself.
It seems to me, then, that there's very good reason to think that the expedition against Troy is the fundamental and central fact of the story and must go back to the Bronze Age. You can deny that the Trojan War ever took place, but then you have no historical or archaeological peg to explain the creation of a fictional tale of Troy, centering on the hill called Hissarlik at any time in between the end of the Bronze Age and Homer's own day in the 8th century BC. And to me, that is a fatal objection to those who would deny that the Trojan War ever took place. An overgrown and deserted ruin in a sparsely populated corner of northwestern Anatolia is hardly likely to be picked out as the scene of the Greeks' national epic unless, at some point in the past, it really had been the focus of warlike deeds so memorable that ever after they were celebrated by the bards in song.
Was it so hard, Achilles, so very hard to die? Thou knowest, and I know not, so much the happier I. To this lonely hillside, high above the valley of Sparta in southern Greece, pilgrims still come one day a year to make their offerings. They light their candles to a Christian saint, but his altar stands on a far more ancient pagan shrine. For this place was once dedicated to the face that launched 1,000 ships, Helen of Troy. According to legend, it was because of Helen that the heroes sailed from Greece to attack the city on the shore of Asia. Their leader was the most powerful of their kings, Agamemnon of Mycenae. Helen, queen of Sparta, had been abducted by Paris, the prince of Troy, and the Greeks wanted revenge. But after 10 years of war, they could only take Troy by a trick, by the wooden horse. They demolished the city, slaughtered its men, and took the women back as concubines or menials. Ever since, those women have stood as an image of the fate of the conquered in war. The two most famous facts in the legend are also the most incredible: that a woman caused the war, and that it was brought to an end by a wooden horse. Can there be any truth in such fairy tales? So far in our search, we have found that a city did indeed exist where Greek tradition said Troy had stood, near the mouth of the Dardanelles in what is now Turkey. There was a finely built royal fortress here on its windy ridge. The Greek bards of Homer's day believed that 500 years before their time, this wealthy place was sacked by an army which had come from Greece. For the bards, the incontestable central fact of the tale was the fateful overseas expedition to Troy from golden Mycenae. Mycenae, in the Peloponnese, southern Greece. The most powerful citadel in Greece in the Bronze Age, it has given its name to the whole culture, Mycenaean. The bards of Homer's day said that for 3 generations, Mycenae was the center of a loose confederacy of allies, a kind of empire. But could a historical Agamemnon have been a great king who commanded lesser kings to war? Could he have led an imperial expedition from this tiny place to devastate the shores of Asia Minor? In the 13th century BC, you approached Mycenae by a paved road from the sea at Tiryns. Road systems are often signs of imperial power, and even today you can see traces of the roads and their massive bridges, which centered on Mycenae. As you walked on up the valley, you came to the first of a series of tremendous royal tombs. Their facades once decorated with colored marble imported from other parts of Greece. These so-called treasuries, built for kings of Mycenae in the generations before the Trojan War, made a great impression on the first excavator of Mycenae, Heinrich Schliemann.
The treasury of Atreus is one of the most stupendous monuments of the Bronze Age. Nearly 50 feet in diameter, 44 feet to the top of that beehive shape. With perfectly joined courses of stone, a single block weighing 120 tons at the lintel, and when it was constructed, its interior walls studded with decoration, bronze rosettes and spirals. It had been obvious to early travellers, and it was obvious to Schliemann when he came here, that the society which could construct such a masterpiece, which could lavish such skill and ingenuity on a tomb for a single king, must have been not only tremendously powerful, but fantastically rich in artistic achievement.
Once crammed with treasure, the tomb chamber is now wrecked, but we can imagine its walls adorned with beautifully carved slabs of alabaster. The royal tombs of Mycenae show that several generations of great kings must have ruled here. 500 yards away up the valley on its hill is the royal citadel itself, the residence of Agamemnon. The so-called Cyclopean fortifications of Mycenae were built around 1300 BC, a generation or two before the time of the Trojan War. Also part of this building program was the famous Lion Gate.
This was the main gate of Mycenae at the height of its power, and one's first impression walking up here is of being almost overwhelmed by the sheer monumental force of the masonry and the sculpture. It's a prehistoric masterpiece of architecture. The emblem shows two lions with their paws on an altar on either side of a column. On the top of the column, the representation of a building structure, presumably Mycenae itself. In other words, this is a coat of arms, the coat of arms of Agamemnon's family, the earliest in Western art. Just inside the Lion Gate, to the right, you come upon one of the most interesting features of the later citadel at Mycenae, and one that gives a really fascinating insight into the psychology of the kings who ruled in the 13th century, the kings who ruled at the time to which tradition assigns the Trojan War. This is the great grave circle excavated so sensationally by Heinrich Schliemann. It lay originally outside the walls of the citadel, but at just this time, a new enclosing Cyclopean wall was constructed in order to bring this grave circle within the walls of the fortress itself. And the whole area was extensively refurbished in order to become an object of show. A new supporting terrace was built for this side of the circle. These elaborate standing stones were erected to form an ornate enclosure, and the grave markers themselves, bearing the emblems of the dead heroes, the dead kings, were repositioned. It's almost like the sort of Westminster Abbey of the Mycenaean royal family. Graves which were already ancient to Agamemnon, if he existed, have now become the focus for veneration and for cult. And the Mycenaean royal family itself, in the mid-13th century, is showing an acute awareness of history, of dynasty, and of pedigree.
So, at the time of the Trojan War, the king of Mycenae saw himself as the inheritor of a great tradition reaching back 300 years to the kings buried in the shaft graves.
And from the top, a truly royal setting. Plain of Argos stretching below you. The mountains of Arcadia and the Peloponnese, some of them still touched by snow even at the start of May, and over there, Argos on its high mound, and the gulf of the sea beyond it. What a view. Who's to say that Mycenaean builders didn't choose the finest positions for their royal patrons, and surely their royal patrons must have enjoyed this. These are the royal apartments, spacious columned halls, floored with soft stucco, with gypsum surrounds. This is the throne room itself, the door pins for the entrance, the central hearth, the wooden columns framing it. And here Mycenaean kings feasted their guests or their royal kinsmen after the boar hunts and the lion hunts. Here perhaps they heard bards singing of their deeds in Mycenaean Greek, and around them the walls glowed with frescoes depicting their deeds and the deeds of their ancestors.
The king of Mycenae, then, would seem to have surpassed the other kings in Greece in the 13th century BC. But is it possible that, as Homer says, such a wealthy and powerful king could have ruined himself in a war for a woman? For a woman, perhaps, of the kind portrayed on the walls of the Greek palaces? Homer's story was that Agamemnon was able to persuade his allies to go to Troy to fight for Helen, because the other kings of Greece who had been suitors for her hand had sworn to recover her. George Milonas, present excavator of Mycenae.
Agamemnon became the leader of this expedition, this common expedition, not because everybody that wanted Helen gave an oath to her father that he was going to defend her, but because Agamemnon was the most mighty leader of the period. And therefore, even the people that had an opinion there indicated that for this common enterprise, they chose the best man, the most mighty man,
yes.
And that was Agamemnon. Not because he was an emperor or anything like that, exercising authority. And another thing, all these roads that we traced, they go up to a certain point. If it was an empire, you would expect those roads to go beyond that point that it was limiting the other.
So you don't believe in an empire in the modern sense?
No, I don't believe in an empire. I believe that Mycenae was a very important state. I believe that it had a tremendous commercial activity. I believe that it communicated to the sea by means of Tiryns. I believe that Tiryns was a dependency of Mycenae, that the king of Mycenae had one of his sons maybe out there as a prince, because no ruler would have allowed another person to build such an important place that might have become a source of the beginning of an attack against his. And you must remember that the people there, the people that lived, that formed this state, lived outside the walls, scattered all over the area.
The plain of Argos below Mycenae could have supported 500,000 people in the Bronze Age. It's ringed by huge fortresses, the biggest of which is Tiryns, Tiryns of the Great Walls, as Homer calls it, from which, legend said, King Diomedes led 80 black ships to Troy. Tiryns was perhaps the main port of the Argolid. From the plain, the industrial powerhouse of the Mycenaean world, trade goods flowed across the eastern Mediterranean. Factories here produced thousands of stirrup jars in which oil or perfume were exported. In return, the Greeks imported raw materials such as tin and copper to make the bronze weapons on which their power rested. By the 13th century BC, the same palace civilization is found all over Greece. It has been called the Age of Imperial Mycenae.
If we use the word imperial of Mycenae, we need to be very careful about what we mean. Homer says that Agamemnon was king of southern Greece and of many islands. And when you look at a map like this, with Mycenae in red stretching across the Aegean, that seems very plausible. But this is a map of Mycenaean contacts and settlements, and it shouldn't delude us. What we really need to know is the internal political geography of mainland Greece. And a lot more is known about that than was known in the days of Schliemann and Dörpfeld and even Blegen. It would appear that mainland Greece was divided into about 6 or 7 powerful city-states, much bigger than later classical ones, with high degree of prosperity, large populations, and massive technology, especially military, much of which was aimed against each other. 2 of these kingdoms we know a great deal about because of the Linear B tablets, Knossos and Pylos. And there we have clear pictures of highly centralized states dominating their areas of central Crete and of Messenia. It gives us, I think, a plausible model, at least to work with, that what we have here is a series of city-states, sometimes friends, sometimes enemies, who could, at certain times, acknowledge the leadership of the most powerful.
For the kings of the palaces of Mycenaean Greece worshipped the same gods. They spoke the same language, recorded on identical Linear B clay tablets. They shared the same artists, architects, and stonemasons, and the same taste in decoration. There was constant exchange between them of luxury goods and raw materials, whether expensive ornamental stone or oil or perfume in mass-produced stirrup jars. But if this loose confederacy cooperated so closely in time of peace, could they not have done so in time of war? Empires, of course, only exist by war. They live on aggression and exploitation. We can see this in our own history. Retrospectively, we, like Homer, admire the Victorian values of the empire builders and forget their mode of operation.
These are the vaults of what was one of the oldest private banks in Liverpool, Haywards. They were built in 1799. And these are the accounts of a Liverpool family who owned estates in Jamaica around about that time. They itemize not money or stocks and shares, but people. Eleanor, a nurse, aged 42, healthy. Charlotte, a field hand, aged 37, sickly. Mary, unemployed, aged 3.5. They're African slaves, originally from Angola or the mouth of the Congo River. And it's astonishing to think that only 150 years or so ago, this is what lay behind the glittering facade of the British Empire. Well, it's a remarkable fact, but records exactly like this exist for Bronze Age Greece. And they may point us not only to the Trojan War, but towards the real-life women who may be the basis of the legend of the carrying off of Helen of Troy herself.
The crucial evidence turned up in Carl Blegen's excavation at the Palace of Pylos in Messenia in the 1950s. Pylos, in Homer's story, is the home of Agamemnon's trusty old ally, King Nestor. Here, Blegen found the foundations of a 13th century BC palace. Even the painted hearth of the throne room was intact. Here, for the first time, the full detail of a Mycenaean royal hall could be recovered, the very room Homer imagines so vividly in the Odyssey.
This is the throne room of Pylos, just as it was found by the excavators. From these burnt stumps, you can't get a real idea of what a blaze of colour this must have been. The ceiling painted with glazed roundels and decoration, the walls covered with frescoes with griffins and mythological creatures, and the floor, above all else, absolutely shining with colour. Most of it's been covered now to protect it from the feet of the many visitors, but you can make out here that, in fact, it was originally covered with painted stucco, with crisscross lines all over it, making about 100 squares of colour, with different designs in all of them. Linear designs, wavy designs, shell designs, fish, octopus. So the whole floor was a blaze of blues, reds, whites, and blacks. And in the middle was the royal hearth itself, opposite the throne over there where King Nestor sat. And here's the hearth, virtually intact, where the great fire burned. You can still see the painted design around it. And in the story in Homer, when Telemachus arrives in the room, the young blades of Nestor's court are nonchalantly kebabbing beef on the fire and drinking red wine with their king. And here, a noble guest would have received the gifts appropriate to the hearth of a great royal palace.
But Blegen's most remarkable evidence concerned the lives not of the rich, but of the thousands below stairs. In the archive room, he found hundreds of linear B tablets written in Bronze Age Greek, which itemized the lives of the workers, and especially women workers. Associated with several groups was a word linon, flax, from which our word linen comes. And near Pylos, at the village of Kukunara, where flax was grown commercially until only 30 years ago, it is still possible to touch on their lives.
This little stream is called Linaria, Flax River. And here, for hundreds, probably thousands of years, the women of Kukunara have come, for it is women who perform this back-breaking task, come to the banks here to crush and break up the fibers of the flax stalk,
before laying it out for a week to rot in the warm, shallow water of the river, then drying it, combing it, and spinning it in order for it to be woven. But in the Bronze Age, they must have used it most of all for rope and for sails, the sails of ships, perhaps, that wafted Nestor to Troy. Troy seems a long way away from this idyllic place, but it's this very place that gives us a direct human contact with the ordinary people who lived and died all that time ago. And it's the flax women themselves who are the contact, because the tablets from the palace say that the women who worked the flax in this region, and presumably on this very river 3,000 years ago, were women from the coast of Asia Minor, from the coast below Troy, from Miletus, Halicarnassus, and Cnidus. They must have been slaves. The tablets speak of rations for groups of 500 women, living perhaps on great estates where they worked the state industry, the flax industry. They were kept together. The tablets, for instance, speak of 21 women from Cnidus with their 12 girls and their 10 boys, not like American slave plantations where the families were broken up. And that, to my mind, is the strongest connection with the period of the Trojan War. That is a real direct contact, a truer and more eloquent testimony than trade routes to the thought world of Agamemnon and the sackers of cities.
The surviving tablets list 1,700 foreign women and children on the flax plantations around Pylos. The women came from places widely scattered over the Aegean, from Cnidus far to the south, from Zephyrus and Miletus where Greek colonists actually settled, from Lemnos in the north, an island in sight of Troy, but most of them are simply called women of Asia, which originally meant the area south of Troy itself. If this is the correct interpretation of the tablets, it's crucial evidence in our search. Dr. John Chadwick of Cambridge University, who participated in the decipherment of the Linear B tablets, is an expert in the Pylos archive.
It is very much as if you tried to reconstruct the administration of present-day England by going through half a dozen waste paper baskets in Whitehall and drawing your conclusions from that. Now, with that first statement, I would go and say from this, the existence of personal slavery seems to be very questionable. There are only a few cases where we know of slaves belonging to important people. And it is not a slave-owning society in the classical sense at all. There is one exception to this, and that is in the royal establishments. At Pylos, we know there were about 500 women of menial status. They've got their children with them, but they have no husbands. Almost certainly they're slaves, and for the most part they're employed as what we would call industrial workers.
If you compare it with Homer, it's an incredibly bureaucratic society, isn't it? It's not heroic at all.
It's not heroic in that sense. No, it is a bureaucratic administration, and everything is carefully recorded and docketed. You cannot spend anything, you can't issue anything from the stores without filling in a chit.
But it's still possible that Mycenaean kings or sons of kings could have ranged far and wide on predatory forays, even buying or seizing slaves.
That is quite possible. Certainly we can be sure Pylos had a fleet. It was certainly mobilizing its fleet at the time when the tablets we have were written for its own defense. So there is no reason why in more favorable times they should not have been engaged in expeditions overseas. We know some of these women I've just mentioned are specifically called booty. They come from some kind of piratical or warlike operation. We also have groups of women whose titles indicate an origin on the east of the Aegean, from Anatolia. Again, we don't know why they're called by these titles, but it does suggest that Pylos had wide-ranging contacts across the Aegean.
So Homer was right. The heroes fought not only for the cities and their loot, but for their women. The seizure of women could have led to war. So could Helen have been a real person? The next stage of the search was obvious: to go to Sparta, where Helen was supposed to have lived with her husband Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon of Mycenae. You would have made this journey by sea in the Bronze Age, for in Greek history it has been the sea, not the land, which has been the unifier. This road through the Tigris was only blasted through in the 1970s. Before then, you had a 12-hour mule trek. The mountains determined the political geography of Mycenaean Greece. Any unity can only have been nominal and fragile. On a steep hill above the plain of Sparta stands a monument. The classical shrine commemorating Helen and her husband. It's called the Menelaeum. From at least the 8th century BC, pilgrims came up here and left offerings to the couple in the belief that they had really existed. A century ago, Schliemann came here and found nothing, but new excavations have located part of the palace, if a rather second-rate one, which could have been Helen's. Does the archaeology give any support to the idea of the Spartan Helen and her husband from Mycenae?
The Mycenaean sites spread over all these three hills here with their magnificent views over the valley and the Tigris Mountains. There's a Mycenaean building even on this little hill here underneath the church of Prophetis Ilias. It's never been excavated, but here by the church door there's the column base, presumably from a mansion or even a palace that stood on this site. It seems that this, the Menelaeum, was the capital site of the kingdom of Sparta during the 15th and 14th centuries. But at that time it was abandoned for about 100 years. And then, in around the very generation of the Trojan War, a new palace was erected on that flat plateau to the right of the later shrine. And that palace had everything in common in its material culture with the palaces at Mycenae and at Pylos. It is, on the face of it, very tempting to think that this must have been the palace of Menelaus and Helen herself. It's difficult to be sure because we don't really know what we mean by royal families at this time. I suspect that in some ways they were rather like the Saudi royal family today, or the great African kings' families, where there were many royal wives, there were many royal sons, brothers and queen mothers, all of whom had palaces. But this was the biggest palace at this time, and surely has the best qualifications to be the palace of Menelaus. And if it was, then the rebuilding fits rather well with the legend, because the legend says that it was not a Spartan who was king at the time of the Trojan War, but a foreigner, an outsider from the dynasty of Mycenae who had come here. So is it not possible that the rebuilding of the palace then was by Menelaus himself in order to provide a new palace on an ancient site for his new wife, Helen?
And long after Christianity had replaced ancient paganism, the holy aura of the hill remained. Even today, pilgrims come here, the aged and the sick, to keep their vigil once a year with the saint, and perhaps his shadowy predecessor, whoever she was. So Helen remains a tantalizing and ambiguous image. Whether she left for love or, as Homer has it, she was seized forcibly by Paris of Troy, when, he says, the Trojans took her with her women to the island of Crani.
And that seems a suitably Homeric way to leave the mainland of Greece for the moment, because it was on Crani that Helen of Troy and Paris spent their first night of passion after her abduction from Sparta, when, as Homer says, Paris carried her off in his sea-going ships from lovely Laconia, and we spent the night in bed in each other's arms on the island of Crani.
And so they sailed overseas to Troy, to be followed by a Greek armada of 1,000 ships, bringing ruin upon the city, and, as Homer says, pains 1,000-fold upon the Greeks. The story of Paris and Helen is usually dismissed as romantic fiction, but some scholars think that such an abduction could have a place in the motives for a war against the city of King Priam. Professor John Luce of Trinity College, Dublin.
It was a general attempt to cause such difficulties for Priam's kingdom that they would capitulate to the Greek demands. And I would even go so far as to say that one of those demands was for the return of Helen, because in the conditions of fighting in, well, I was going to say heroic ages, but I view the background as more medieval in the sense that it is a world of pageantry, of kings and nobles, of knights whose honor is all important, and I can give you a very good parallel from the history of my own country. As the Normans first came into Ireland, and they were asked to do so by a local king called MacMurrough Kavanagh, whose wife had left him, and he wanted help to get her back, you see. So historically, there's nothing out of key to my mind with the abduction by a Trojan of a Greek princess. Obviously, the spheres of the Trojans and the Greeks were closely intermeshed in terms of trade. They had been for 100, 150 years before, a lot of coming and going between the two areas. And this could be a cause. I don't, in a complex situation, it's oversimplification to say it's the only cause. I mean, it might have been something that Agamemnon was glad to take up, this particular personal quarrel on behalf of his brother.
As an excuse for war.
As an excuse for war, which would lead to aggrandizement, would lead to plunder, would lead to a further expansion of Mycenaean power on the Anatolian mainland.
But you wouldn't rule out the possibility that Helen existed and that she was called Helen?
Not a bit, no.
Helen's story is seductive, though in the end we cannot prove she existed. There may, however, have been more pressing economic motives which led the Mycenaean military on overseas expeditions to Asia Minor in the 13th century BC. The massive building projects at Mycenae and Tiryns came at the end of a long and stable period of economic growth. But despite the outward show, the 13th century BC seems to have been a period of growing economic decline. The king of Mycenae and his confederacy of allies had troubles at home. There was overpopulation. Their trade routes were under threat. The factories in the Argolid were on half production. The kings needed treasure, loot, and slaves to keep their army loyal. They needed foreign war. It was in the nature of their rule. Economic necessity, or the world's most beautiful woman, the motive hardly mattered. Already in our search, we have seen that the Greek bards of the 8th century BC had traditions which connected heroic Greece with Troy. But is there archaeological evidence at Troy to back up their story? Hisarlik, northwestern Turkey. Here, Greek bardic tradition said Troy had stood. Even before Homer's day, this overgrown and obscure ruin by the Dardanelles had become the focus of the Greeks' national epic. Here, their bards said had been a city of fine walls with strong gates and towers, a beautiful city standing high above the windy plain, a city whose kings were rich and civilized oriental potentates, famous for their fine horses. Over the last 100 years, 3 generations of excavators have dug here. They've brought to life the real city which stood here at the time of the heyday of Mycenae in the years after 1300 BC. The city's fine walls, remembered by the bards, were found by Wilhelm Dörpfeld in 1893. Its well-built towers included an imposing watchtower. With 500 years of stability behind it, this city is the one remembered in Greek tradition as Troy, though no one has yet been able to prove that the events in the Iliad actually happened here. The last excavator of Hisarlik discovered that the city had extensive outside contacts, which were suddenly severed towards 1250 BC. In his finds of pottery, Carl Blegen found evidence of a trade with Cyprus and Syria. But remarkably enough, and perhaps this was a clue to its wealth, the oldest trading connections of the city were with none other than Mycenae itself.
One of the intriguing things about Troy, when you consider the Homeric story of a Greek expedition to sack the city, is that Troy, of all the places on the Anatolian coast, seems to have had the closest relationship with Mycenae, at least judging by the pottery, because Troy in its heyday of Troy 6
imported vast amounts of Mycenaean pottery. Hundreds and hundreds of vases were discovered on site, and especially the ubiquitous stirrup jar that we've already seen at Tiryns and Mycenae and on the coast of Anatolia. What Troy gave in return, the source of Troy's wealth, is almost impossible to say. Perhaps it was textiles, it may have been fish, it could even have been, as Homer says, that they bred and exported horses. But whatever the reason for their wealth, this place at its height was certainly a wealthy city. The people who lived in this citadel were able to build really grand houses like this one. This long rectangular building, you can make out its lines with these two central columns here. That one's lost the top level, so the ceiling would have been about 10 feet above the ground. The lower story built of stone, the upper one perhaps of wattle and plaster, mud brick or timber, rather like buildings in Anatolia today. But this would have been a princely dwelling for one of the chief citizens of Bronze Age Troy. Maybe a royal kinsman like Hector himself. I think we should imagine only 20 or 30 of these houses with the royal palace on the hill.
But unlike the palaces at Pylos and Mycenae, we cannot now transport ourselves to the halls of the house of Priam, the palace to which Helen was taken. Unfortunately, all surviving trace of it was destroyed when Heinrich Schliemann gouged out the center of the site in the 1870s. All that remains is the walls and the outer row of houses. But by comparison with other cities in Anatolia, it is possible to deduce what the city of Hector and Priam probably looked like. James Mellott of the University of London.
I'd like to know what the palace was like, and there's enough room for a palace. There's enough room for the sort of palace which you, let's say, would have had both in Western Anatolia or in the Aegean.
So you'd imagine the palace area really crammed with buildings and storerooms, would you?
Yes, almost certainly. Obviously taking up what remains, or what is at the moment, the blank on the plans of Troy. And then presumably the houses which have been found are those of palace officials or so on, the sort of normal Near Eastern pattern. People connected with the palace and with administration.
Or royal kinsmen.
Or royal kinsmen or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's what you would expect. Presumably the rest of the population lives outside the walls.
What about its wealth? The Greek epic makes quite a fuss about horse breeding as being the source of Troy's wealth. Do you think that's plausible?
I think it's a very plausible source of local wealth. I mean, not Troy so much, but I mean the plains directly to the east are still horse breeding territory today in Turkey. The other thing, from the literally thousands of spindle whorls, it's perfectly clear that one facet of the economy of Troy is wool. And that's exactly what you would expect. And of course, the one other thing, I mean, if one goes by some of our Pylos texts, slaves, of course. Export of slaves is, especially trained slaves, is always produces a lucrative trade.
And that gives a plausible reason for the Trojan War. You really think that there was a Trojan War?
Look, with many of these things, as we've already discussed, I mean, we have no real evidence. We only have a belief. I would put it like that if the Trojan War was a figment of Greek imagination, I mean, it wouldn't have gone down very well. I think there must be some core, some historical core to it.
So you wouldn't even rule out the possibility that the seizure of a Mycenaean royal woman by a Trojan prince could have been the reason for the Trojan War?
The idea that they may have annoyed the Mycenaeans, I mean, is by no means impossible. People pointed out, of course, that Homer's idea of Alexander or Paris of Troy, I mean, running off with one of the Mycenaean king's wives, is far-fetched. I would not say that stranger things haven't happened in the Near East.
So was the city sacked, and was it sacked by Greeks? The excavator Carl Blegen found that the city had been destroyed twice during the traditional period of the Trojan War. The city of fine walls apparently fell to an earthquake towards 1260 BC. Tumbled walls and debris lay heaped everywhere. A shanty city built on its ruins was burned by the hand of man some decades later. This, Blegen thought, was Homer's Troy. But only the earthquake city fits the description handed down by the bards. Only this city comes within the heyday of the Mycenaean world, when an imperial expedition might have sailed from Greece. Can the legend be squared with this archaeological contradiction? The legend says the fall of Troy came about in a most extraordinary way. For 10 years, Homer says, Troy could not be taken. Its walls were too strong to be broken down by human hands. Then the Greeks built a wooden horse, inside which they hid armed men. Thinking the horse a gift for their gods, the Trojans took it inside their walls. That night, the Greeks descended from the horse, opened Troy's gates, and the city was destroyed. Since ancient times, people have found it impossible to believe in the literal truth of this tale. But now a new and ingenious theory has offered an explanation. The horse is the image of the most prominent god in the Mycenaean pantheon, Poseidon. And according to the legend, it was only through Poseidon's help that the walls of Troy were brought down. And Poseidon, the master of horses, was the god of earthquakes. The supposed earthquake towards 1260 BC threw down the tops of Troy's walls and towers. According to the new theory, and it is only theory, it was the earthquake which delivered Troy to the Greeks, who seized this moment to sack their enfeebled former friend, plundering its fabled riches and killing its menfolk. So, in the strange folk tale of the wooden horse, the bards were perhaps unknowingly handing down a garbled memory of the wrath of Poseidon. As for the women of Troy, the legend says their fate was the same as all women captives in so-called heroic warfare. They were divided as chattels among the victorious chiefs, taken back to Greece to serve them in their fields or in their beds. Some perhaps to work in the flax fields of Pylos, where a generation or two later they are recorded as women of Asia. Some, says Homer, to draw water at the spring below the hill of Sparta, taking their orders from the woman who had caused it all, Helen, who had returned to Sparta to rule as queen again.
Back in Mycenae, there's one last clue to the Trojan enigma, a clue which perhaps takes us closer to the people who suffered and died or were enslaved in Bronze Age wars. This is a piece of grey handmade pottery. It was made in the region of Troy and the nearby island of Lemnos, and it was found along with many other pieces down there in the workers' hovels which crouch below the great citadel of Mycenae. Let the imagination play, and is it not possible that this was made by the same kind of women that we met in the palace at Pylos? Women brought over from Asia Minor as slaves, from Cnidus, Miletus, and Lemnos. Women whose memory, in this case, will far outlive the physical existence of their home. The women of Troy. That is just imagination, I stress. There is so far in our search no concrete proof that the Trojan War ever took place. And the trouble is that by their very nature, Homer and archaeology cannot prove such a fact. In order to do that, you would need primary sources, narratives, documents, letters. You may say, it's impossible that such things could exist for the Bronze Age, but astonishingly they do. And in order to find them, we must go far to the east, into Asia Minor itself, to the Hittite Empire of Anatolia, where, amazingly, diplomatic archives have been discovered which cover this very period and which could show that a Mycenaean king was campaigning in person on the mainland of Asia Minor, and that perhaps the Trojan War did indeed take place. Next week, we will look at the Asian context for the Trojan War.
Berlin, symbol of the political struggles of the 20th century. Focus of modern confrontations between the superpowers of East and West. To Berlin, the search for the Trojan War now returns. And for the first time, it leads to documentary sources for Homer's story.
In our search for the Trojan War, we now come to perhaps the most sensational evidence of all, a prehistoric Foreign Office archive, in which, on the face of it, we could actually have letters written to Agamemnon himself, a treaty with Paris, the lover of Helen of Troy, and even, in the most dramatic of all recent finds, a fragmentary diplomat's report concerning the war itself.
According to Greek legend, as told in Homer's epic poem The Iliad, Agamemnon, king of Mycenae in Greece, led a great expedition against Troy, a city in Asia Minor. The war was fought to punish the seizure of a Greek queen, Helen, by the Trojan prince Paris. Homer says Agamemnon was a great king and had allies from all over Greece and the islands. After 10 years' war, Troy fell, and its royal family, including Paris, was wiped out. But is it possible that the love affair of Paris and Helen was really, as the ancients thought, a pretext for a struggle between ancient superpowers of East and West? And if it was, why has it apparently left no trace in the historical record? The late Bronze Age, the 13th century BC, was a time of great empires in the Near East. Babylon, ancient but now declining, Assyria, a rising militarist power in what is now Iraq, Egypt, ruled for most of the century by the great builder Ramses II, and lastly, the Hittites, in what is now Turkey, ruling from the Egyptian frontier all the way to the Aegean Sea. And it is the Hittites who are the key to this stage of our search. Boğazköy, in the mountains 200 miles east of Ankara, Turkey. In the Bronze Age, this was the capital of the Hittite Empire, Hattusas. In the 13th century BC, when legend says Paris lived in Troy and Agamemnon in Greece, this was one of the great cities of the world. Then these hills were covered by temples, houses, and a huge royal residence on the Great Fort, where ambassadors were received from Egypt and Babylon. In a secluded rock cleft nearby was the private chapel of the Hittite emperors who lived at the time of the Trojan War. Here they prayed to the great gods of Hatti, chief among them, fittingly in this wild place, the storm god. It was at Boğazköy that a discovery was made which has potentially sensational implications for our search. A diplomatic archive written on clay tablets.
This was just one of the archives here at Boğazköy. There were, in fact, several. And one temple archive has been discovered as recently as 1983. But this was the key diplomatic archive. It still bears the marks of the destruction, the fire which swept Boğazköy in about 1180 BC. You can see here the burned remains reddened by that final fire. It was here in 1906 that the Germans made perhaps the single most significant discovery in Anatolian archaeology. The find of about 2,500 baked clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform writing scattered all over this area and in these rooms.
As luck would have it, the find included Hittite Foreign Office records covering the very period of the Trojan War.
but at that moment, no one could read them. After their discovery, the Boğazköy tablets were removed to Berlin, which became the center of research into the Hittites. There, at the end of the First War, the Hittite language was deciphered. Soon afterwards, in the Pergamon Museum in what is now East Berlin, a young Swiss scholar was working on the translation of one group of tablets. His name was Emil Forrer. What Forrer saw next, in the little study room of the museum, was one of the most remarkable of all discoveries in the search for Troy. Peering at the cuneiform writing, he started to see strange versions of names he knew all too well from Homer. Here, apparently, were repeated references to the land of the Achaeans, Homer's word for the Greeks. Here was Troy itself, Atreus, the father of Agamemnon. Even Alexandros of Ilios, Homer's other name for Paris, the prince who carried off Helen of Troy herself. For Forrer, born a few years after the death of Heinrich Schliemann, it seemed perfectly likely that these tablets should mention the Greeks as an important state. What more natural that alongside the great powers of the ancient Near East should have been Schliemann's golden Mycenae? Schliemann, after all, had shown that Mycenae was the richest and most powerful kingdom in Bronze Age Greece, with its immense royal tombs and the coat of arms of the house of Agamemnon above its gate. In a palace here, thought Forrer, had ruled a Greek great king, a fringe member of the select diplomatic club of the ancient Near East. To him, the Hittite emperor wrote as a brother and an equal. The theory was daring and exciting, too exciting perhaps. By the 1930s, it had been thrown out by the academic world as unproved speculation. But are the Greeks in the Hittite texts? In this stage of our search, we shall try to show that they are, and that the legend of the Trojan War could go back to real events towards 1260 BC, recorded by the Hittite emperor Hattusilish III. First, we must remember that since the decipherment in 1952 of the Greek Linear B texts, we now know what Emil Forrer's generation did not. The Bronze Age rulers of Mycenae were Achaean Greeks, as Homer says. We also now know that the Greeks had relations at ambassadorial level with at least one of the superpowers, Egypt. Here at Egyptian Thebes, now Karnak, Cretan and Greek traders had unloaded their wares for 2 centuries. And an inscription found here recently shows that Egyptian foreign relations experts knew about the towns of Greece, especially Mycenae. But can the Egyptians tell us what status the Greek kingdoms had in this world of Near Eastern diplomacy? An expert in Bronze Age international relations at Liverpool University, Dr. Ken Kitchen.
Is it possible to guess at what the Egyptian attitude to the Mycenaean Greeks might have been?
Just foreigners on the edge of civilization would be their view, quite simply. The outer rim of the world which they knew. There was Egypt in the middle, with the Nubians and the peoples of Punt to the south, the Libyans to the west, the ancient Near East of Canaan and the great powers of Assur and Babylon out to the east and the north, and Hatti on the north, and right out on that northern edge, the Hau Nebu, these little islands of foreigners, what we call the Greeks and others, right on the outer margins.
And we talk about the great powers of the day, but I mean, was there a grading of the sort of superpowers and the lesser ones?
Very definitely, yes. You had to have certain achievements, presumably warlike successes and things of that kind, or a certain level of empire, to take the formal title of Great King. So there's a definite set of kings who would be recognised as superpowers at the day. There was Egypt, there was the Hittite kingdom, Babylon traditionally had been one, and Assyria claimed it from the Hittites when she conquered a Hittite province, which did not amuse the Hittites at all. She said, the Assyrian king said, "I am great king now, my brother." And the Hittite king wrote back in fury as he'd lost the province, "Don't you brother me." In effect, "Are we sons of the same mother?" was his bitter remark. So there's a very definite superpower status.
But according to Homer's Iliad, Agamemnon had just such status. He was a great king, not only of mainland Greece, but of many islands, including Crete and Rhodes. If this is true, was it recorded by the diligent and expert diplomats of the Hittite Foreign Office? Homer insists that the Bronze Age Greeks called themselves Achaeans, Achaewoi. But the Hittites speak of a powerful kingdom to the west called Achaeawa. Are they the Greeks? Where was Achaeawa? There are many theories. Was it perhaps in Thrace, present-day Bulgaria? Could it have been an Anatolian state based at Troy itself? Was it an island kingdom, for example Rhodes, which was colonized by Greeks? Or could it be a mainland Achaean Greek power, perhaps centering on Mycenae itself, as Homer's tale would suggest? The Hittite archive gives us several key facts about Achaeawa. It was a seagoing state with wide contacts. Relations with the Hittites were at times friendly, at times hostile. Most important, the Hittite Foreign Office viewed Achaeawa as a top-ranking power around the time of the Trojan War, for they addressed its ruler as a great king.
And that brings us to this fascinating document. This is a rough draft of a solemn treaty made up between the Hittites and the Syrian state of Amurru. It was drawn up for the Emperor Tudhaliash IV, probably around 1220 BC, and probably after the Trojan War. And in it are fascinating lines where Tudhaliash names the kings who were of the top rank, the kings on the same rank as himself. Lugal-uru Mizri, the king of Egypt, Lugal-kur Karduniash, the king of Babylon, Lugal-kur Ashur, the king of Assyria, and Lugal-kur Achaeawa, the king of Achaeawa. But tantalizingly, the scribe has crossed out the word Achaeawa before the clay had even dried. There are only two conclusions we can draw from that. One is that the king of Achaeawa was no longer of the front rank in world politics. The second, and simpler, is that the terms of this treaty, which is only a rough draft, were not meant to apply to him. But either way, it would seem that this mysterious king was a great figure in Eastern Mediterranean politics. But was he a Greek king? Some scholars totally reject the Mycenaean connection. James Mellott of the University of London.
Of course, there's no evidence what they called themselves at all. We do not know. I think in this case, before we jump...
We do know they were Greek, though, now, don't we?
We know that they were Greek because the texts are in Greek.
Well, if I was going to argue for
the Greeks being the kingdom of Achaia, well, I would say, well, here we have clearly a major kingdom to the west of the Hittite sphere of influence, a kingdom which interferes militarily and diplomatically with the Hittites on their western fringe. It's a kingdom that sends ships trading with Syria, a kingdom which even has exchanges of royal family occasionally, so they've got friendly relations. Now, all that seems to me to fit the Greeks very well. It's quite a plausible model. Why don't you think that it's plausible?
Plausible is the word you stress. I think what is becoming rather an irony is that whereas Mycenaean archaeologists have now almost reached the point where they say that there was no such thing as a great Mycenaean state with a lot of small ones all fighting each other, on the basis of literally one reference in Hattusili's letter to the king of Achaia, where he calls him my brother and therefore he's a great king. We've got a bit of a contradiction here. All right, you can no doubt, link this to Agamemnon, etc., but I don't think anybody in recent years has tried to...
You could easily argue it on the basis of the archaeology, though, couldn't you? Looking at Pylos, Mycenae, Knossos, there's a good argument for the same culture down to the minutest details of the Linear B form, isn't there?
Indeed, but hardly a united kingdom. A whole series of kingdoms, quite clearly. And that is not the sort of thing, one might expect from the Mycenaean side. No overlord of the whole lot. Not even in Homer's Iliad. Agamemnon plays very much second fiddle to Achilles.
We're in the narrow seas between the coast of Turkey and the Greek islands opposite. A place which has been a cultural crossroads for 3,000 years. For longer than civilization has existed, ordinary people, men, women, their belongings and children have crossed here to try and settle and scratch a living. In the time that legend assigns the Trojan War, we know now that the islands which we call Greek, like Kos, opposite us, were already settled by Greeks, and that the Greeks had already got their foothold on the shores of Asia Minor, as in places like this one, Halikarnassos, now Bodrum with its great crusader castle. This was a slave market in Mycenaean times. From this place, raw materials and slaves were exported to mainland Greece by a rich colonial middle class whose cemeteries have been discovered. And it was places like this which were the potential flashpoints in the late Bronze Age Aegean world of the 13th century BC.
Recently, archaeology has given fresh clues confirming the Greek presence on the fringe of the Hittite world. Their pottery has been found in 30 places. In Greek Linear B tablets, 6 place names have so far been identified where the Greeks took Asian slave women. Most important, 3 places in southwest Turkey have now revealed evidence of Greeks actually living in Asia Minor. Chief among them was Miletus. Once the greatest of all Greek cities in Asia, Miletus now lies abandoned, its lifeblood drained away when the Meander River silted up its harbors. In the late Bronze Age, around 1300 BC, Miletus stood on a sea-girt promontory. It was fortified with a circuit wall enclosing an area larger than Mycenae. Almost all the evidence is now obliterated, but a palatial building stood on a low hill inside the town. Nearby are the remains of typically Greek chamber tombs. A well-to-do cemetery where rich citizens of Miletus were buried with Greek grave goods imported from Mycenae.
The question arises, exactly what kind of place was Miletus in the late Bronze Age? It would be tempting to call it a Mycenaean colony, but it's not as simple as that. It was obviously a place where many races met. People of Anatolian, Carian origin, people of Cretan origin, Greeks, maybe even a sprinkling of Hittites. A Hittite pilgrim flask has turned up here. So it was a cosmopolitan place. But there must have been a strong central authority, because only a strong authority, and one with money and influence, could have built that great circuit wall around the low promontory which was Mycenaean Miletus there. And presumably that authority lived in the palatial building on that hill.
But was that central authority Greek? Was Miletus even ruled from mainland Greece? Its name seems to appear in Greek Linear B tablets as a place from which the mainland Greek rulers imported Asian slave women. The Greeks called it Milatos, earlier perhaps Milwatos. But according to the Hittite Foreign Office, there was a city on the western coast of Asia Minor, controlled by the foreign power of Akiawa, a city they called Milawanda, later Milawata. And the Hittites and Akiawa had a major diplomatic crisis over this place. Are Miletus and Milawanda the same? If we can prove they are, then Akiawa can only be mainland Greece. And in the surviving tablets in East Berlin, we begin to glimpse a story with a modern ring. A story of political jostling between superpowers who were willing to sacrifice lesser states to political expediency. The hidden workings of such diplomacy are difficult enough to fathom today. The true meaning of the words themselves often elusive. But the Hittite tablet describing the Milawanda affair needs to be listened to carefully, complicated though its story is, for it is the turning point in our search.
This letter contains our crucial evidence for this stage of the search. It's the office copy of a letter written by the Hittite Emperor Hattushalis III to an unnamed king of Akiawa, we think of Greece, around the year 1250 BC, about the time of the Trojan War. It's known as the Tawakalawash letter, but in fact its subject is a villain called Piamaradush, and I'm afraid we'll have to put up with a few unpronounceable names at this point in our story. But it's worth remembering that in Hittite eyes, Piamaradush is quite simply the baddie. Evidently, he was a powerful, dispossessed royal adventurer operating somewhere off the coasts of Western Anatolia, in collusion with Akiawa, we think the Greeks, and in collusion with none other than the brother of the king of the Greeks himself, whom the Hittites called Tawakalawash. Piamaradush had evidently once been a Hittite subject, but now he's terrorizing their local allies in the West and breaking up the network of alliances built up by Hittite diplomacy, by the men of Hattushalis' foreign office. The center of the trouble is a city that the Hittites called Milawanda or Milawata, somewhere on the western coast, and it was controlled by Akiawa.
the Greeks. Eventually, Hattusilish has to journey all the way across from Boğazköy to sort these events out himself. And this is the letter that he wrote to the Greek king explaining his actions. In it, he gives the names of a number of places that he travelled through on his way to the west. And these are they. Most of them cannot be identified. The only safe one is the first, the Hittite capital Hattushash, the starting point. But if we could only pin the others down on the ground, we'd have a marvellous chance of showing that the Greeks really are in this archive, and that would have incalculable effects for our search for the Trojan War. So finding Milawanda is the next stage of the search.
The empire administered from Hattusas depended on its ability to protect its distant provinces. And Hattusilish was not a man to refuse the challenge of a villain like Pia Maradush. Now around 60, brother of the late king, Hattusilish had been a sickly child, but by great willpower had become the Hittites' best general. And then, when he deposed his unpopular nephew, great king himself, as he put it, with the blessing of the storm god. Now in still powerful middle age, politician and generalissimo, Hattusilish was a shrewd if tetchy diplomat and a dangerous enemy. And with the outer provinces of his empire threatened, he had to act. One spring day, in around 1250 BC, he set out for the west. A week into the journey, the letter says Hattusilish reached the road junction of Salapa, probably modern Sivri Hisar, 100 miles west of Ankara. Here he was met by his son, who brought bad news. A conciliatory offer to Pia Maradush had been curtly snubbed. After Salapa, the main western road ran, as it still does, to the modern town of Afyon, the Hittite fortress of Hapanuwa. Administrative center of the Roman and Ottoman empires, Afyon still has great blocks of prehistoric defenses under the medieval castle on its fairy tale crag. But which way do we go from here?
Hattusilish obviously knows where he's going, but we don't. All we know is that he's going westwards towards the coast. But the coast of Asia Minor is a very big place. And really, this is our crunch here in Afyon, because from here we have to make the decision as to whether we're going to go up towards the Sea of Marmara in the northwest, near the region of Troy itself, to look for Milawanda. Are we going to go directly westwards towards modern Izmir, or are we going to go down into the southwestern corner opposite the Greek islands of Kos and Rhodes? To me, the evidence for the southwestern location is absolutely overwhelming. The question centers on the people that the Hittites and Hattusilish called the Luka people, who called in Hattusilish all the way from Boğazköy to help them. Are they the people who later lived in what was known as Lycia, today Lycia, this southwestern coastal area? Well, they also appear in the guise of pirates raiding Cyprus down here, which is really barely conceivable if they lived up in the Sea of Marmara. But most interesting of all, a number of the towns in Lycia seem to have preserved their names from Hittite times all the way through to classical times, 1,000 years or more. So I think that the Lucca people are to be found in this southwestern area known later as Lycia, and that, I think, is where Hattusilish headed, and that's where we're going to go.
Easy to imagine the bustle as Hattusilish gave the order to depart. The troops singing their marching song, the royal kinsman, the wine master, Sahurunwas, the master of the scribes on wood, Kamalias, the head cook, and the rest of the king's immense retinue. Drive the modern route to the Aegean from Aphion, and you're on the line of the Roman and Persian roads, and probably the Hittite before them. It is one of the immemorial travel routes through Anatolia. 400 miles into the journey, the arid landscape of the central Anatolian plateau gives way to the fertile valley of the Meander, the greatest of the rivers of Asia Minor. The place is now called Pamukkale. Here, the ancient road descended into the river plain before heading west on the last leg towards the Aegean Sea and the Greek world. Pressing on to the sea, which way did Hattusilish go now? There are two choices today: the modern main road straight west to the coast, the ancient road which turns abruptly southwards away from the sea. Take the southern route and you soon reach a fertile plain and the ruins of a city called Alabanda. The name matches the first place Hattusilish came to in the Lucca lands, Valivanda. Hattusilish's letter now gives us another clue. The next place he reached was a fortress called Ialanda on a steep and waterless height. If we're on the right track, then Ialanda lay somewhere in these hills, and Hattusilish soon found out that it was dangerous country. I was attacked there in 3 places. Now the hill of Ialanda is very steep, difficult to attack, so I dismounted and went up on foot. I smashed the enemy there. I took many prisoners, and I devastated Ialanda. To find the site of Hattusilish's victory, you have to leave the car just as the emperor left his chariot and climb to the summit on foot. Here, high above the ancient route to the Aegean, is a forbidding hill, precipitous and waterless,
The classical builders had to construct an aqueduct to supply it. This natural fortress was sieged only with great difficulty by Alexander the Great himself 1,000 years later. Under its tremendous classical ruins lie earlier defenses. It is called Alinda. Again, the Hittite name survived until later times. So we are on Hattushalik's track, and somewhere not far ahead lie the villainous Pia-Maradush and his shadowy foreign master, the king of Akiawa. Such thoughts were on Hattushalik's mind as he camped nearby, for now he had his scribe write again to the Akiawan king. My brother, I'll tell you exactly what happened. As we were short of water, I divided my forces and left my 7,000 prisoners under light guard. But Pia-Maradush seized them. I would have let bygones be bygones, but for that. My brother, I wrote to him a last time, asking him to come here to me. And I write to you, asking whether you know of his attacks on me. I have done all this before I cross over into your territory around Milawanda. Camped nearby, Hattushalik waited for a reply from Akiawa. Time was running out. The empire needed him elsewhere. But when my brother's envoy arrived at my quarters, he brought me no friendly greeting from you and no customary gift. But he did say that you had instructed your governor in Milawanda to hand over Pia-Maradush to me. That was what Hattushalik wanted to hear. He would go to Milawanda himself and take Pia-Maradush. And that, let us remember, involved crossing over a foreign frontier recognized by treaty by his Foreign Office. There is only one way Hattushalik can have gone now, northwest towards the sea. The ancient road ran along what is now a great salt lake, Bafagol. Once sea, Lake Baffa has now been cut off from the Aegean by the silting of the meander. But in the Bronze Age, it formed a great gulf around which the land route to the west had to make its long detour through the mountains. Then the meander flowed into an immense bay. And in that bay lay Hattushalik's goal, the city of Milawanda, Mycenaean Miletus. Now lying low, baking in the silt plain of the meander, then washed by the sea with a magnificent backdrop of the Greek islands behind. What happened next we have in Hattushalik's own words, and after a week on the road in his company, it was easy to put yourself in his shoes.
entered your city, Milawanda, because I have a few things to say to Pia Maradush that I think it would be good the rest of your citizens here listen to. But my visit here has not gone very well. I asked to see your brother, Tawa Kalawash, and I'm told he's away. I asked to see Pia Maradush, and I'm told he's taken a ship and gone overseas. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, I receive a letter from you, a letter that can only be described as insolent, adopting a tone barely tolerable between equals, forbidding me to remove Pia Maradush from Milawanda. You write to me, my brother, as a great king, as my equal. But in your letter, I do not hear the language of an equal. I'm directed...
Yes, if I can just say something here. This is very interesting. Hattusilish, throughout his life, was very touchy about the way that he came to the throne because he'd deposed his nephew, and anybody who suggested that he wasn't a genuine great king made him see red. In fact, Ramses II of Egypt had to write to him saying, look, my brother, of course you're a great king. You've done wonderful things in Hittite land, and don't worry about it.
Are you aware, or is it even with your blessing, that Pia Maradush is going around boasting that he intends to leave his wife, children, and incidentally my 7,000 prisoners under your protection while he continues his piratical raids against my territory? Look, we're friends, you and I. There's been no disagreement between us since the affair over Wilusa, when I'm sure I was able to persuade you that it was no cause for war between us. As for my armed occupation of your town, Milawanda, look upon it as a friendly visit. I'm sorry if I appeared impolite or aggressive. It's true I was a little hot-headed in the past. From now on, let's live together in perfect friendship. Thank you. Tremendous, isn't it? Can you imagine any modern government being so reasonable?
Reasonable, perhaps, but Hattusilish had little choice. His hold over his western protectorates was now unsteady. In the face of Achaeawan command of the sea, he had to be conciliatory towards the great king of Achaea land. For if we have read the Hittite archive right, it was the mainland Greeks who held Miletus, and in the eyes of the Hittite Foreign Office, there was a great king of Greece, just as Homer's tale has it. A king who interfered militarily on the shores of Asia Minor, exactly as the Iliad remembered. And where is more likely for the seat of that power in the 13th century BC than Homer's golden Mycenae? On the face of it, Hattusilish's correspondent could be Agamemnon himself. So there is a new question to ask of the Hittite Foreign Office. Do they have records of Troy? The mound of Troy, called Hisarlik, stands on a ridge at the mouth of the Dardanelles in northwest Turkey. It has been excavated 3 times by the Germans Heinrich Schliemann and Wilhelm Dörpfeld and the American Carl Blegen. It was Dörpfeld who found the great royal citadel now called Troy 6. Its fine walls and towers suggest it was the capital of a medium-sized kingdom. Though an Anatolian city, presumably Anatolian in speech, it had long-time trading relations across the Aegean with Agamemnon's Mycenae. This city was violently destroyed in Hattusili's day, but the excavators disagreed as to whether the cause was an earthquake or the hand of man. Blegen thought Homer's Troy was the successor to Troy 6, which he called Troy 7a, a city of shanties which fell a few decades later. But was either of these cities the Troy of the Trojan War? And can the Hittite texts help us decide the question? In the Iliad, Homer calls the city by two names, Troia and more often Ilios, originally pronounced Wilios. Now in this general area, an earlier Hittite tablet names two places, Tarwisa and next to it, Wilusia. At the time of the Trojan War, they may have come within an important state called Wilusa, and according to Emperor Hattusili, it was over this state that the Hittites actually came to blows with the Greeks. Was Wilusa Troy? In the British Museum, another fragment of a Hittite tablet from Boğazköy gives further clues about the historical kingdom in western Anatolia, which may lie behind the city in the Iliad. It is a treaty between the king of Wilusa and Hattusili's brother, which could put it into the period of the Trojan War. The Hittite emperor demands military aid from his western ally in time of war.
If I, the son, am called out on campaign, says the Hittite king, these campaigns are obligatory from Hattusas. If the king of Egypt or Assyria marches against me and I write to you for chariots and infantry, you must come and help. Now, that treaty dates from about the time of the great battle at Kadesh in between the Hittites and the Egyptians, in which the Egyptian intelligence department had information that among the Hittite western allies were a people known as Dardani, the very name Homer gives to the people of Troy. It really is a coincidence that can't be avoided. And in that case, the next coincidence is really quite extraordinary, because on this treaty, the name of the prince of Wilusa is Alexandros, strikingly recalling Homer's name for the prince of Wilios, Alexandros, Paris, the lover of Helen of Troy himself.
Alexandros is the usual name given by Homer to Paris, and a tradition survived in the ancient world in Anatolia that the Hittite ally was indeed Helen's lover. If he was, then, ironically enough, he would have been well into his 50s, not the young Adonis of Greek tradition, the girl-crazy playboy described by Homer. Instead, a grizzled veteran of 30 years of battles from Syria to the Aegean. At that point, he vanishes, and his city is plunged into disaster. What happened? Is there, after all, a grain of historical truth behind the tale of the most famous seduction in history? To find out, we must return to the Hittite archive in Berlin for a last time. And from these fragmentary Cold War messages 3,000 years old, a possible story can be reconstructed. The story of a state caught between two great powers and eventually dismembered by their rivalry. Putting together several tablet fragments, the story could be this. Soon after Hattusilish seized the throne, in 1263 BC, some of his western protectorates were persuaded to renounce allegiance, relying on the great king of Greece against the Hittites. But Wilusa, which could be Troy, was loyal to the Hittites. It was attacked. Its royal family were killed or exiled.
The final clue is the most interesting of all, and it's only been discovered in 1982, when a hitherto unassigned fragment lying in the collection here in Berlin was seen to make a perfect join with a well-known letter of Hattusilish's son, Tudhaliash IV. That would make it about 1220, 1230 BC, probably not long after the Trojan War. By then, we learn from the letter, Alexandrush of Wilusa is dead. The Hittites have put a puppet king in his place, a man called Walmu, and he in his turn has been deposed. Tudhaliash takes up the story. Unfortunately, it's full of blanks. And further troops, he says, blank. And somebody went, and he blank by night down, blank. And the land was not blank. And when its lord, blank, heard the news, blank, he fled. And they put another lord over themselves, whom I did not recognize, the wicked one. But the letters of credential, the documents which I made for Walmu, they kept.
It was in my father's day that these troubles began. Then war was declared, and the enemy relied on the king of Greece. The land of Wilusa was attacked, and Hittite troops were brought west. And as they relied on the king of Greece, the great king of Hatti advanced, and he subdued them, and brought great booty back to Hattusas. Is the true fall of Troy, then, to be found in the Hittite archive? Taking the Hittite view, the disturbances out here in Western Anatolia must have seemed uncannily like what we today call the domino theory in Central America or Eastern Europe. The diplomatic fabric patiently built up by their Foreign Office experts over 2 centuries was now being torn apart. They could no longer guarantee the sovereignty of their most far-flung protectorate. As for Troy, if it was Wilusa, it had been loyal to the Hittites for 400 years. And if our Hittite version of the Trojan War is even something like the truth, it is not hard to imagine how they felt.
This marvelous city of Troy 6 maintained its cultural separateness for 500 years, and probably its political separateness too. They must have been very astute kings, the men who built these wonderful walls. But they looked westwards. Their main imports seem to have been from Mycenae itself. The Greeks, on the other side, looked this way. They, as we've seen, were trying to catch a foothold on the coast of Anatolia, looking for metals, raw materials, slaves, perhaps even to carve out petty kingdoms. And that, I'm sure, was why the Hittites came in, over to this side.
The Hittites were quite prepared to acknowledge that the area of Miletus, Milawanda, might be in the Greek area of influence. But this part of the world, with the related kingdoms of Wilusa and Arzawa, was certainly, let there be no doubt about it, in the Hittite diplomatic sphere. And they came in for security reasons, a good reason for intervention that we understand well today. And so the crisis that had been brewing between those two superpowers came to a head. And I think we can imagine worried ambassadors scurrying through this gate to report to their king. And in the course of a campaign in which perhaps many cities were sacked, this citadel fell. But whether it was Troy 6, with its beautiful walls and its fine houses, or Troy 7A with its shanties and its soup kitchen, I'm no longer sure. I'm not certain anymore about the earthquake that Carl Blegen thought leveled Troy 6, or the date for that matter. In fact, the questions still stand. Who sacked Troy? The retreating Greeks, the Hittites, or someone else? And which Troy?
In this place, tradition said there once stood the most famous and the most tragic city in the world, the city of Troy. For 3,000 years, travelers have come here searching for truth behind the tale. And out of it, every generation has made a new version in its own image. But as we enter the final stage of our search, can the archaeology of Troy be squared with the legend? Troy was a real place. It stood on a hill now called Hisarlik, near the Dardanelles, in what is today Turkey. So far in our search, we have found that the Trojan War may indeed have happened, that this city may have been sacked towards 1250 BC in a clash between two of the great powers of the day, the Hittites and the Mycenaean Greeks. Soon afterwards, both empires fell apart and sank into a so-called Dark Age. In the Aegean world, once important places like Troy became the haunt of squatters. But it is only by looking at this wider historical picture, the aftermath of the Age of Heroes, that we can hope to pin down the archaeology of Troy itself. Was the place remembered by legend, the city of fine walls found by Wilhelm Dörpfeld, which fell towards 1250 BC? Or was it, as is still generally believed today, the city of shanties excavated by Carl Blegen, built on the ruins of Dörpfeld's city? According to archaeologists, the time gap between them could be as little as 10 years, or as much as 80. But as we know from our own time, a world can change in 80 years, the period, say, from the Boer War to the Falklands. What happened when the Greek heroic age ended? And did mysterious newcomers to our tale, the Sea Peoples, play a role in a historical sack of Troy? Homer says that after the Trojan War, the victorious great king Agamemnon returned home to disaster. The legends said he was assassinated here by his wife, Clytemnestra, murdered in his bath, to be replaced as king by a rival kinsman. Agamemnon was perhaps buried in one of the great beehive tombs, known as treasuries, surrounded by the loot of Asia. But the heroic age of Mycenae was interred with him. According to tradition, no other king from his city claimed the great kingship of Greece. The archaeology of Mycenae could support the idea that the heroes of Troy came back to a time of growing troubles. By 1200 BC, the city seems to have declined rapidly. An air of defensiveness can be seen in the last building project undertaken by the rulers of the city.
This is a flight of 54 steps. They go down about 40 feet below the level of the last platform. Again, if I don't fall over, this is a Mycenaean corbel vault covered with a thick layer of some kind of plaster, 2 or 3 inches thick. I can feel the damp seeping through there. Now, why it was covered with plaster, we'll see just down here. It's a water cistern.
This is siege technology, such as is found all over the Near East at this time. It's to ensure the water supply during a long siege. The sackers of Troy were now themselves beset. No longer secure even from their nearest neighbors. Mycenaean Greece had never been a unified country. It was a collection of independent city-states. Mycenae, Nestor's Pylos, Sparta, the kingdom of Menelaus and Helen, Orchomenos, Thebes, the city of Oedipus, Iolcos, the home of Jason and the Argonauts. At times, some of them may have combined in a loose confederation under the most powerful, but now their fragile unity broke apart. This is the plain of Kopais, near Orchomenos in central Greece. It was once a huge lake. In the 13th century BC, in the greatest engineering achievement of the Mycenaean age, massive dikes were built to drain the lake, creating the biggest single source of grain for the dangerously booming population of late Bronze Age Greece.
This is one of the retaining walls of one of the dikes. A 3-yard thick cyclopean wall, 20 yards of fill, another cyclopean wall, and then a 60-yard channel of water, and 30 miles of channels. This enabled the people of Orchomenos to control the seasonal flow of the rivers which came into the lake and to cultivate perhaps 25 or 30 square miles of land which had been lake.
The drainage installations here were protected by a string of forts centering on the immense fortress of Glar. Here the harvest was collected for distribution behind a mile of cyclopean walls. These great buildings were erected by the king of Orchomenos. Along with Mycenae, Orchomenos was the only city described by Homer as rich in gold. According to the Iliad, its king had been an ally of Agamemnon at Troy. Now, bardic tradition says that Orchomenos fell out with her powerful neighbor, Thebes. The war that followed was a catastrophic blow for central Greece, for the dikes were smashed and the plain flooded. Orchomenos itself was sacked and burned. Worse was to follow, for if the legends are right, the war now drew in the city-states of the Peloponnese. They did not know it yet, but the kings of heroic Greece were on the brink of a dark age. At the Isthmus of Corinth, so often the front line in Greek history, a long wall was hastily thrown up, anticipating attack from central Greece. Perhaps from Thebes. Thebes rivaled Mycenae in its material wealth and in its legendary saga of tragedy and bloodshed. Here the ill-fated Oedipus had solved the riddle of the Sphinx and married his mother after killing his father, Laius. Now Thebes too was attacked and burned by forces from the Peloponnese, in an expedition remembered in the epic tale of the Seven against Thebes. And now, in the cellars of Thebes, the walls of the Mycenaean palace itself have begun to emerge. Seen by modern eyes for the first time since they were leveled by the Achaeans after the plundering of the palace and the enslavement of its women. This taboo place lay covered by a thick layer of debris, in which, astonishingly, the treasures of the palace of Oedipus lay untouched. With them, we come face to face with the sack of a city in Mycenaean times. The storeroom contents spilled out as at Troy. Jewelry of agate, jasper, and amethyst. Gold adornments, which had once bedecked the women of Thebes. A hoard of precious cylinder seals from Babylon, made in the coveted blue stone lapis lazuli. And the ivory legs from a throne panoply, carved in the shape of bound papyrus stalks, perhaps from the throne of Oedipus himself, incinerated by the blaze.
But even so thorough a destruction was not enough for the conquerors, for it seems that a curse was placed upon the ruins. A much later traveller, the classical writer Pausanias, says that even in his day, the area of the palace itself was in some way viewed as holy ground, not to be built on or trodden on. And extraordinary as it may seem, when archaeologists first started to dig in Thebes in modern times, in the early years of this century, in Pindar Street, right above us, and when they first found the remains of the palace of Cadmus, they discovered that they had not been built on for over 1,000 years after the sack of Thebes.
Archaeological finds strongly suggest that Orchomenos, Glar, and Thebes were destroyed towards 1220 BC. But other evidence, the Linear B clay tablets found at Pylos, suggest that at this very moment other parts of Greece were threatened by attack from outside. Thus, the watchers are guarding the coasts. Command of Mallius at Owitono, 50 men to go to Icalia. Command of Nedwatas, 20 men of Kyparissia at Aruoti. Rowers to go to Pleuron. The Pylos tablets seem to speak of preparations. Troops are being moved, strategic sites garrisoned, lookouts posted. The home guard is on standby. Bronze is being requisitioned just as we commandeered aluminium for our Spitfires in the Second World War. Pylos had no fortifications. The kings here had lived in their painted palace, confident in their military might. But now they were on their own. The palace was burned down, the king's treasures looted, the women and children enslaved. The fate of Troy was now handed out to Pylos. The last act of its king was to order sacrifices, perhaps human. Perform the rituals at the shrine of Zeus and bring the gifts. To Zeus, 1 gold bowl, 1 man. To Hera, 1 gold bowl, 1 woman. The tablet on which this was written trails away to a scrawl, as if the writer was butchered at his writing bench. Pylos was never again lived in by men or women. It's a dramatic tale, if we've read it right. But with such fragmentary and ambiguous evidence, the only certainty as yet is that the palace was destroyed. In fact, the Mycenaean Greek world was going through a complex decline. Overpopulation, local natural disasters, agricultural failure, even the over-exploitation of the workers may all have played their part. But one by one, the great palaces, most of whom Homer says went to Troy, vanish now like blips off a radar screen. Orchomenos burned. Thebes burned and abandoned. Pylos burned and abandoned forever. The Menelaean at Sparta gone forever. Iolkos burned. But there was no one cause, and not all went under. Mycenae continued to exist, although shattered by an earthquake in around 1200 BC. But the biggest surprise is at Tiryns. For now, perhaps, Homer's Tiryns of the Great Walls overtook Mycenae as the most populous and powerful city-state in the Argolid. The German dig at Tiryns, which is going on at this moment, has shown that after 1200 BC, Tiryns grew in size. A substantial walled lower town, now being excavated, was filled with buildings. Outside the citadel walls, a huge shanty area with a grid of streets received a great influx of new people. Apparently refugees settled on a permanent basis, swelling Tiryns' population by many thousands. Tiryns was only finally abandoned, along with Mycenae, a little after 1100 BC. Its people, the first Mycenaeans ever seen by modern eyes on Schliemann's frescoes, were among the last to disappear. So the end of the heroic age came not with a bang, but a whimper. Tradition said that 3 generations after the Trojan War, Greece was entered by waves of Greek-speaking newcomers called Dorians, perhaps peasants who lived on the fringes of the sophisticated world of the palaces. By 1100 BC, the glory had gone. The last palaces, like Mycenae, were abandoned. Their bureaucracies vanished, and with them, literacy itself. It would be oral tradition alone over the succeeding 400 years which would carry down to Homer. Dim traditions maintained by the illiterate successors of the Mycenaeans, of the wars at Troy and Thebes, which had destroyed that godlike race of heroes. But it was not only the Mycenaean world which was sinking around 1200 BC. The crisis, in fact, affected the whole Bronze Age culture of the Eastern Mediterranean. In Anatolia, too, at their capital, Boğazköy, the Hittites were increasingly nervous. Hittite diplomats had watched the disintegration of the Greek body politic. They have no record of a Greek great king after about 1230 BC. The last appearance of his name is crossed out before the clay was dry. By then, the Hittites had troubles of their own. The Emperor Hattusilish III had died in 1235. His son Tudhaliash, already middle-aged, was left to hold the empire together and keep all his subject kings loyal. He still proudly called himself King of the World, but he was faced with attacks and desertions on all sides. He responded by constructing huge defenses, whose footings can still be seen today. 60 feet high city walls with massive towers, a last-ditch barrier against the barbarians.
Poor old Tudhaliash, the last of the really great kings of the empire and architect of the final magnificent phase here at Hattushash. Tudhaliash died about 1210 BC. His sons followed him, Arnuvandash and Supilulumash, optimistically named after the great kings of the past. But they're mere shadows to us. They're the last Hittite kings of which we have any record, and their reigns were short. Perhaps we can see the way the wind was blowing in the last phase of the architecture here at Hattushash, for in Tudhaliash's day, these immense fortifications were completed, enclosing a square mile of city. Inside the city also, a string of forts were erected on the crags across that natural amphitheatre, standing over it like grim sentinels. And as at Mycenae, great effort was made to secure the water supply by tunnelling secret passages deep under the city. Their world was threatened then, but whether that threat came from external enemies or from their own people living in the hills about them, we don't yet know.
The last tablets from the Hittite archive give no hint of trouble. But out on the fringes of the Hittite Empire, panic-stricken messages were flying back and forth, speaking of a state of emergency remarkably like that at Pylos. Enemy ships have come. Some of my towns have been burned. They have done evil things. My fleet is away. 7 ships have appeared offshore. Now if there are more, please tell me, and of what kind. Write to me. I must have warning. Boazkei was burned down in around 1180 BC. The Hittite Empire fell as completely as any in history. But who were these mysterious raiders from the sea? Egypt. Thebes of 100 gates, the oldest and most stable power in the Near East. The Egyptians knew the Greeks and the Hittites. Egyptian ambassadors had gone from here to visit Mycenae. The Egyptians kept detailed historical records throughout this period. Records written not merely on clay tablets, but on papyrus and on the walls of their great temples. And they give us first-hand evidence of a shattering series of events around 1200 BC, which seem to have convulsed the world of the Eastern Mediterranean. The foreign peoples made a conspiracy in their islands. All at once they were on the move, scattered in war. No one country could stand before their arms. Arzawa, Cyprus, Carchemish, the Hittites, all were cut off. And on the contemporary Harris papyrus in the British Museum, we learn the strange names of these invaders. The Danuna from the islands, the Chekeru, the Pulisati, the Sherden, the Weshesh of the sea. The Egyptians have also left us images of these enemies who so frightened them, the faces of the peoples of the sea. Egyptologist Ken Kitchen at the University of Liverpool believes the Egyptian accounts of the Sea People's attacks of 1210 and 1180 BC are first-hand diplomatic evidence for the crisis.
Diplomacy didn't stop just because we don't have the documents. Diplomacy would go on, ordinary humdrum way, exchange of presents, yawn, exchange of envoy from so-and-so. It's all the ordinary way of life at the court of St. James today. It's the same in the court of Egypt of Ramesses then. And diplomacy would go on until the network was cut by the invading hordes. When Hatti fell, when the capital went in flames, if that's what happened, the diplomats from other countries would flee to save their skins. The Egyptian diplomats would be on their way home. They wouldn't stay there to be roasted alive, and the message would come fast.
So it would be like fleeing the embassy compound in Saigon, would it?
Yes, it would be like people fleeing in modern conflicts, whether it's from, you know, events in Western Asia or the Near East or anywhere else, or Central America. If a regime's in trouble, the country's breaking up, the foreign diplomats will naturally get out if there's nowhere for them to stay and be safe. And the message will come home, literally and metaphorically, to the home country. This state is gone, this state's in trouble. You can expect no more relations with Hatti or Al-Zawa. And the Egyptian authorities, the pharaoh, will be on the qui-vive, ready to see if anything would threaten Egypt.
The Egyptians were able to repel the Sea Peoples and settled many of their captives as mercenaries. But it is still not known where they originated, only that they appeared to come from the coasts of the Aegean and Anatolia over the Great Green Sea. Who were the Sea Peoples? Nancy Sanders has made a special study.
These events happened in such and such an order. It looks as though perhaps Sea Peoples were engaged, but that's supposing that the Sea Peoples came from outside. But the Sea Peoples may have been the Mycenaeans themselves to some extent.
Ah.
So that by the time they get to Egypt, you're dealing with possibly displaced Mycenaeans or Mycenaeans out on the make.
Can I pick you up on this intriguing idea that the Mycenaean Greeks may well have been among the Sea Peoples? What would be our evidence for that?
It's partly a question of what happens after the breakdown of a social structure, and there's plenty of evidence the social structure did break down, partly through over-specialization, farming techniques and so on. And what happens to a fighting aristocracy? And one of the things they do is take to their boats and go out as corsairs.
So rather like the Vikings, the sons of kings may have gone off to try and carve kingdoms in other places?
Quite possible, but you're never going to get evidence for this.
There is evidence, however, that Mycenaeans migrated all over the Mediterranean at this time. So there's nothing unlikely in the idea that the Sea Peoples did include migrant Greeks and even discharged and displaced war veterans, men like Odysseus of Ithaca, whose 10-year wanderings are recounted in Homer's Odyssey. We came to the fair-flowing Nile, and in the river we moored our curved ship. And then we set about devastating the fair fields of the people of Egypt. And then their people came out at dawn, and the plain was filled with soldiers, and with chariots and flashing bronze. And they killed many of us with their sharp bronze, and others they led back to their city alive to work for them as forced labor. So, ironically enough, tiles from the Egyptian palaces could show us the true faces of Homer's sackers of cities. But the Sea Peoples would then appear to be only a symptom, not the cause of the dissolution of the Bronze Age Aegean world. Colin Renfrew, Professor of Archaeology at Cambridge.
I'm not very impressed by the level of discussion and argument in this field. And I think there's been a simplistic approach where people have been looking for one simple argument. They said we had a great dark age, we had the end of the Aegean world around, well, between 1200, 1100 BC. Terrible things happened. So were there plagues, were there dramatic misfortunes? And I think one has to look for a slightly more sophisticated explanation, which we're quite used to in our own world when we've had economic recessions and disasters, and they don't arise from a single cause usually, they arise from a complexity of causes. And I think one can look for a slightly more complex explanation, may not be quite so graphic with sort of sheets of fire from the sky or something, but maybe a little more realistic. And I think it's quite clear that many early state societies, if you want to call them that, many early civilizations were in fact rather unstable. And many of them had population growth, they over-specialized, and then when they came into some adversity, as it were, it was quite easy for them to collapse. And I think it's useful to recognize a general phenomenon, what I like to call systems collapse. And if we establish this as something that really happens quite often, we don't need some very special, mysterious explanation, some weird invaders from the north or some strange sea peoples or something like this. We can actually look for more rational explanations, more akin to the explanations we use in our own time when we're talking about the recession in the 20s, something like that.
Or the Arab oil crisis in the 70s. Perhaps.
That's right. In that case, you might first of all say that the recent world recession is the result of the Arab decision to increase the price of oil, which produced the oil crisis. But if we ask, why did the Arabs decide to increase the price of oil, and why did they decide to do so then? You find yourself in quite an elaborate analysis again, and I think the truth is that events of this kind do require quite careful analysis, and they're not to be explained away by one mysterious horde of invaders.
So let us try to draw the evidence together. Until about 1250 BC, the Greek and Hittite empires were still in their heyday. Then the power of both rapidly declined, and a political vacuum was created in western Anatolia, the region of Troy. Those parts sank into turmoil, obscurity, and confusion, later remembered as the onset of a dark age. Just before 1200 BC, famine struck western Anatolia and precipitated mass migration. Many of the sea peoples were probably migrants from those parts. There, as in the aftermath of the modern struggle in Southeast Asia, the old states and kingdoms were swept away. By this time, the fragile influences of the Greeks and the Hittites on western Anatolia had all but vanished. Can the Trojan War story be fitted into this picture? Did it take place in the heyday of the empires or in the black hole left by their collapse? The evidence from the Hittite archives and Homer suggests strongly that it was a real war and that it took place before 1250 BC, when the Hittites still had alliances in western Anatolia, which the Greek great king was trying to undermine. Then Troy was a rich city with wide contacts. 50 years later, by 1200 BC, it was too late. Greek contacts with the area had all but ceased, and many of their own palaces had burned down. But can the archaeology give us a more precise date? We must turn again to the ravaged hill of Hisarlik. The mound we call Troy was inhabited for 5,000 years. In that time, it accumulated 50 layers, making up 9 main cities. It was sacked at least 9 times by hostile armies. So in one sense, what we're looking for is nothing extraordinary in the violent cross-section of human history, which is Hisarlik. But we're looking for the fall of Homer's Troy, and that comes down to just 2 levels separated by less than a century.
The Trojan War has to be at one of 2 settlements on Hisarlik. It's either Troy 7a
Carl Blagan's city of shanties, a city which had certainly suffered a siege. Storage jars in the houses, the shanties in the streets, and then the devastation, the firestorm, the unburied bodies in the streets, but a city that bore only a passing resemblance to the city described in Homer's epic, the Iliad. Or it has to be Wilhelm Dörpfeld's Troy 6, a city which in every way, as we've seen, resembled Homer's Troy in the Iliad, with its wide streets, its fine walls and towers, but a city which, if Carl Blagan is right, was destroyed by earthquake. It has to be one of those two, and it has to be within those few years.
The exact dating depends on finds of imported Greek pottery, whose style can now be roughly dated by the experts. Most of the Greek pottery at Troy is what is known as LH3A and 3B. It shows that Dörpfeld's city of the fine walls fell towards 1250 BC. But our search centers on the Greek pottery called LH3C, which was introduced after 1200 BC. If any 3C was found by Carl Blagan in his city, Troy 7A, then it must have fallen after most of the palaces in Greece. Istanbul. Here the search proper began all those months ago on the trail of Heinrich Schliemann. All archaeology is an act of destruction, an experiment that can only be done once, for once the finds are taken out of the ground, their context is lost. From then on, we rely on how archaeologists interpret their finds. But inevitably, science moves on. Blagan's finds are stored in the former Imperial Museum in Istanbul. With hindsight, was he right about the date of the pottery by which he interpreted the fall of his Troy, 7A? Or was he too seduced into making his finds fit the legend? Back home, the last available pieces of the jigsaw puzzle were soon in my hands. The next step was to seek an expert opinion on the style of Blagan's pottery sherds from Troy. Dr. Elizabeth French of Manchester University.
Well, that one's an old friend. I've held forth about it before. It's fairly crucial because of this spiral here next to the handle. That's a feature that is particularly common in late Atlantic 3C. And this Blagan didn't pick up at the point. If you look at some of these pieces, a piece like that, where you've got another handle and the little tiny spiral next to it as a fill, that is actually a later piece, but it shows the same characteristic of which this would be an early example.
Very distinctive.
Very distinctive. And to my knowledge, it doesn't happen earlier. And so I have always thought that this sherd, unless it's an intrusion from above, now of course this is the terrible business with sherds in debris levels, is that it's very difficult to guarantee that they are pure, that there are, you will always have things thrown up from lower down as they disturb levels.
The site is constantly being churned over.
Yes, they make mud brick, they dig into wall foundations, things of this sort. But also, particularly in Turkey, you have gerbils.
I thought you were going to say earthquakes, but
No,
gerbils are the reason.
yes. They make very large holes, perfectly good shared-sized holes. And it is perfectly possible for stuff from upper layers to get further down. And so you can never be totally sure.
Is this enough to make you suspect that Blagan's Troy 7A actually fell too late for the Trojan War?
Well, it depends when you're putting the Trojan War.
I'm putting it when the Mycenaean world is still in its some sort of heyday and palaces like Pylos are still standing.
Well, Pylos may have gone, but don't forget that the 3C period is a very prosperous one now at Tiryns. The new evidence from Tiryns shows that Tiryns, in fact, has its greatest extent at this period. And, well, I almost suspect, in fact, that Tiryns is the base for the Sea Peoples. You buy that one?
So Mycenaean raiders could still have sacked this city only in the 12th century?
They could, if they're being raiders. I myself don't actually see them as raiders. I see them more as entrepreneurs, buccaneers, possibly raiding in certain places, but more like Drake's lot in the West Indies, being bad if they had to, being good in other places. And we have a growing amount of evidence that there were settlers in the islands of the Aegean at this period. And this is where Troy, in fact, is a dropout. Troy doesn't seem to have settlers at this point, when the other islands and other places do. And it would be for this reason that I would think that Troy had already been sacked.
It had been so heavily pasted that it couldn't recover.
Well, that it didn't have contacts with the Mycenaean world by this point.
But maybe I need to look at the sack of Troy 6, the fall of Troy 6, which Blagan thought was an earthquake. Does that strike you as a worthwhile line of inquiry?
Indeed, but how do you identify earthquakes in the archaeological record?
Well, you're an archaeologist. How do you?
Well,
can you tell the difference?
I don't know. I'm not at all happy about an earthquake in many places. The reason at Mycenae that they've postulated it is that they have dead bodies caught by falling masonry. This is the supposition. I don't recall that there is any of this at Troy.
A dozen pieces of LH3C were found in Blagan's city of Shanties, enough to cast serious doubt on his dating. His Troy must have fallen well into the period of decline, towards 1180 BC, after the destruction of Pylos and Sparta. So unless we wish to reduce Homer's story to an inglorious foray by Mycenaean pirates from Tiryns, we're left with Derpfeld's city of the Fine Walls as the only candidate for Homer's story. Troy 6, the city Blagan alleged fell to an earthquake. But was it an earthquake? How do you distinguish an earthquake from a man-made destruction in the archaeological record? I went to Cambridge to ask a man who looks at Anatolian earthquakes as his job, Dr. James Jackson of Queen's College.
There's Blagan's earthquake damage, the piles of rubble. And underneath, now there's Carl Blagan's rubble from his deliberate destruction of the shanty cities.
Yes, they don't look a lot different, do they? Yes, I must say, I don't know how you tell. I mean, it's hard enough to tell the difference between buildings that have been demolished after an earthquake when they want to start the clearing up operation. You come along even a month or two later when demolition has started and trying to tell the difference between what had actually fallen down the earthquake and what had been demolished, which is very important for some sort of work, if you want to see how the building's performed. That is actually a problem sometimes. They may have some definitive observation which decides it, I don't know.
They don't. They don't. Blagan's definitive observation, as far as I can tell, was that he wants one of them to be the siege of Troy that Homer tells of, and therefore the other one has to be... there's no other reason for it.
You know, it's perfectly reasonable that Troy has in its time felt big earthquakes somewhere nearby, but how you prove that this particular case was one, I don't know.
So there was never any real proof for Blegen's assertion that the fine walls of Troy 6 were felled by an earthquake. The tradition in Homer was that they were toppled by the hand of man, by Agamemnon's army. Was Homer right after all? There was only one question left. Did any of the excavators of Hisarlik, Schliemann, Dörpfeld, Blegen find any hard evidence that the earthquake city was actually sacked? Of course, I admit I was only doing what others had done before me, trying to make the facts fit the legend. But surprisingly, Schliemann records a number of Mycenaean weapons which he found in the 6th city. Axes and barbed arrowheads like those found by Dörpfeld and Blegen in the destruction level of Troy 6. Unwittingly, of course, for Schliemann thought them much later than the Mycenaean era, he couldn't explain why he found a Mycenaean lance head and 4 axe heads identical to those he found at Mycenae. Easy to let imagination get out of hand. After all, the Trojans could have bought these from Greek arms dealers. But how do you explain the great fire which Dörpfeld traced all over the city? Even Blegen had to agree there was no doubt Troy 6 was thoroughly burned. Could those tumbled walls not have been deliberately demolished on that burning, baleful night? Right down the ages, it was the tradition that at the end Troy's towers were deliberately thrown down by the vengeful Greeks in a scene imagined by every generation of poets and artists for over 3,000 years. Dörpfeld's city, then, would be Homer's Troy after all, the Troy of the Trojan War. The pottery suggests it fell not long before 1250 BC, and that fits the Hittite story of a crisis in western Anatolia, when the Hittites clashed with the Greeks over a city called Wilusa. Perhaps it was then that Troy was sacked and leveled by the great king of Greece. Afterwards, within decades, an era of instability began with famine, migrations, and sea raiding. For the survivors on Hisarlik, life was a constant threat. Blegen's shanty city, Troy 7a, lived through all that to be finally devastated by sea raiders around 1180 BC, 80 years or so after the Trojan War. Such ideas agree so well with Homer. But of course, in the end, they too are only speculation. And I, perhaps like all those who examined the question before me, have only found what I wanted to find. That has always been the attraction of the search, for there can never be a final word on history's greatest riddle. Only the perceptions of each generation which reinterprets Homer's tale in the light of its own beliefs and its own needs.
I expect by now you're thinking that the Trojan War has as many possible conclusions as those novels they write these days, where they give you alternative endings to suit every taste. And in a way, it's true, as we've seen throughout this, that archaeology tells us almost as much about ourselves and how we want to see ourselves as about those lost civilizations. But as we draw to an end of the search, it's only fair that I put my neck on the block and say what I think happened, for what it's worth, with as few ifs and buts as possible. So here goes. In the Bronze Age, on the shores of the Dardanelles, there was a city. Perhaps it was called Troy. In its heyday, it was the most beautiful city in the Aegean world, with fine walls, elegant mansions, and surely a marvelous palace on the top of the hill. It was ruled by a vigorous and able royal family. Confident and wealthy, it went its own way for 500 years, safe behind its walls. In the last days of its heyday, after the year 1300 BC, its towers were built. And this, without any reasonable doubt, is the city reflected in the poems of Homer, the Greek poet who composed the story of Troy 500 years on. He tells of a city of wide streets, fine walls, a horse-breeding city, a royal citadel. This city, Troy 6, fell around 1250, to an earthquake, the excavators said. But I don't think that their evidence can tell us whether this city was not leveled deliberately, its walls pushed over by attackers. And in any case, how can archaeology distinguish between an earthquake and the sack of a city if they both came together at the same time? Just look at what happened afterwards. The place was rebuilt, but in a very jerry-built way, packed with shanties, dismal tenements, a soup kitchen. Something worse had happened to Troy 6 than a mere earthquake. What it looks like is that the royal family had been exterminated. Troy 6 had been sacked. The chief candidates, the chief suspects, surely, are the Mycenaeans, those sackers of cities, seizers of treasure and women, who followed up their trading throughout the Aegean world with aggression. And it is the Greek legend that the Mycenaeans did indeed sack Troy. That story, the tale of Agamemnon's expedition to Troy, as we've seen, goes back to the Bronze Age. Elements in it must have been sung by Mycenaean bards before the fall of their world. And that, I suppose, means that I think the Trojan War did happen, which I didn't think when I set out on this search. As for the sequel, the poor successor city, Troy 7a, eked out its existence for a few decades, and then around the year 1180 was sacked by the Sea Peoples, its shanties burned and the bodies left unburied in the streets. A sad end to the story. Tying up the loose ends, did Agamemnon really exist? I don't see any reason why not. Why shouldn't the bards have preserved the pedigrees of the last great kings of Mycenae? So maybe Agamemnon did indeed ride through this gate and up this street of Troy as a conqueror. What about Achilles and Hector? Well, their names are Bronze Age names, but I suspect their roles in the story are the inventions of that wonderful poet. And what about the wooden horse? Well, classical writers thought the story so absurd, they rationalized it as a siege engine, one of those great covered wooden battering rams which held many men to sack a city. But if it was an earthquake that gave the Greeks the key to Troy, is it not possible that in gratitude they left an idol in the image of the earthquake god Poseidon, a wooden horse? And I almost forgot. What about Helen of Troy herself? History's golden girl. The face that launched 1,000 ships. Did she really exist? Well, in the archaeological record, love leaves no trace.